I call the meeting to order at 8:34 on the 18th of November. This is a meeting of the State Board of Education. Let's begin with the call of the roll, and I'll just call your name and you can introduce yourselves. Sabina.
Sabina Brochu of Williston, student member.
Kim.
Kim Gleason, Essex.
Kathy.
Kathy Lavoie, Swanton.
Bill. Bill Mathis.
Oh, Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Thank you. Jenna.
Anna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
Oliver.
Oliver Olson.
What's your town again, Oliver?
Londonderry.
Thank you. Peter Peltz will join us shortly, we expect. Angelita.
Angelita Pena, student representative, Bristol.
Thank you. And Jennifer.
Good morning, Jennifer Samuelson, Winhall.
And Dan French will join us shortly. He's in a meeting, I think, with the governor's team. And I'm John Carroll from Norwich. The first order of business is our consent agenda. And on that agenda are two items, one being the minutes of 21 October regular meeting, and the other being the minutes of our 6 November special meeting. So unless you wish otherwise, we can lump them together in the consent agenda and approve. Is there a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, if I could, if we could take the minutes of the October regular meeting out of the consent, there's a minor adjustment I'd like to propose to the minutes.
Let's discuss that then. The October 21st agenda, is there a motion to approve? You can make the motion. It's been moved to approve the minutes of 21 October. A second?
I'll second.
Oliver seconded, and there's discussion. Oliver?
So bear with me. I'm trying to pull it up, but there was, I just had, I apologize. I just had them in front of me. Draft meeting minutes. It was October 21st, right? Yeah.
That's correct.
So the correction I wanted to propose is when we came out of executive session.
Oh, that's 6 November meeting.
Oh, no.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So when we, let's see. Yeah, so on page 3, the last paragraph. The third sentence where it says the state board concluded by consensus.
Yeah.
My concern, and if you recall, I raised a point of clarification at that point. We actually did not reach any sort of consensus or agreement in executive session, so it's a little misleading the way that's written.
What do you propose?
I think simply that the state board, rather than say concluded by consensus, I would suggest striking those 3 words and replacing it with discussed. Or had a discussion that.
Is discussed all right? One word?
Yep.
All right. Board members, you've heard the motion to amend.
I'll second that motion.
It's been seconded. We'll just regard it as a friendly amendment and propose to, the motion then is to accept the minutes as just amended by Mr. Olson. You ready for the question? Those in favor, please just simply raise your hand.
My hand is raised.
Thank you. Is Oliver, is your hand raised? Yes. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you, Oliver. Now let us discuss the minutes of the 6th November special meeting. Is there a motion to accept them as presented?
I'll move.
So moved.
Jennifer Samuelson has moved. Jenna O'Farrell has seconded. Is there discussion? Those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I neglected at the beginning to do my usual reminders about board norms in the meeting. Please mute unless you're speaking. Somebody was just keyboarding furiously. I figured somebody much younger than I, since I can't hit the keys as fast as that, we could hear you. Request recognition to speak always. Either do so by sort of raising your hand and keeping it up there until I see you, or use the little icon on the bar to indicate that you wish to speak. Please do turn off the camera when you leave for any reason, to use the facilities or to get a glass of water. Please turn off your camera when you are absent from your desk or chair or wherever you are. And then please remember to turn it back on when you get back to your seat. And then do remember always that we are on camera. This is being recorded. It is a video recording. So let's all remember that, as the meeting goes on. It's hard to remember sometimes, but there is quite a record being made of everything about us that we present on the screen. Thank you. It's time now for board announcements. I overlooked to ask, pardon me, back at the beginning, are there any proposed amendments to the agenda? Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Are there board announcements other than from the student members? Student members, you, of course, have a presentation coming up, but perhaps you also have other reports or information you'd like to share with us. Angelita?
I think all of that will be in our presentation. At the end, we might discuss more that this data is not relevant to the current situation in Vermont and talk about what's going on at school currently, but I think otherwise we can hold off until our presentation.
Good, thank you. Angelita, do you have anything to add to that?
No, yeah, okay. Most of our information is going to be in the presentation, and of course, I can always add, in current time, this is what's changed with the people at my school. Right. I can't vouch for everyone, but...
Of course, we'll look forward to that. Kim, you have a question or comment?
I just wanted to recognize the tremendous effort happening in education to keep our kids in school and safe, and most recently surveillance testing happening through our schools, all very good ideas, supporting and helping the health department in contact tracing calls. But I just want to recognize that our schools are, it's at a cost. Our schools are definitely taxed to do our very best to deliver for our students. And so while each of these incremental changes that happen multiple times often in a week are being absorbed, it's in some cases with staff that is almost skeletal just for various reasons related to the pandemic and absences and substitute needs and otherwise. So I put that out there with tremendous gratitude for what is being done to meet all of those needs, and a reminder that each of them come at a cost at a time while education is doing its very best to keep kids in school and safe educated and moving forward. So thank you to all of them for their heroic efforts.
Thank you, Kim. You can take your icon down if you'd like. All right then. Any other announcements from members of the board? All right, then hearing none, we're slightly ahead of schedule and we can move on to item D, the student report from Sabina and Angelita. I want to just introduce this by saying that we're pleased and we're proud of you both in just many, many senses. And we're delighted that you've taken this initiative together to inform this board in the way that you're about to do. Board members, we have 30 minutes devoted to this. Angelita and Sabina will probably need about 20 minutes for their presentation. That'll leave us about 10 minutes at the end. I'd suggest we let them run through their presentation so that we don't interrupt them. And then there'll be 10 minutes at the end for questions or discussion. So board members, Angelita and Sabina, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you. I'm gonna share my screen. I will hope this will work flawlessly. Let's see. Okay, and share. Alrighty. If I can get a little, just can someone see my screen here and see the presentation?
There we see it. I see it now.
Okay, perfect. Is it big enough and
it's perfect.
Readable?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty, so I just wanted to start off by kind of introducing this to people because I know a lot of you know what this is, but if there's anyone new kind of joining this meeting to see this, I wanted to kind of talk about what this was exactly. Basically, in the past, our student reports haven't been as broad as I would have liked them to be because it's only my perspective and Angelita's. And, you know, through the help of Kim Gleason and other students across Vermont, we kind of created a student network, and through that we came up with an idea of getting responses from kids across the state to see how they were doing with school and then presenting that to the board as the student report. And here's what, you know, students from across the state are feeling, and not just the 2 students that you see at every meeting. So really the purpose of this survey was to provide students with a voice and allow you guys to see more than just our 2, you know, obviously biased and very narrow perspectives of what's going on in Vermont. I also want to thank all of the principals who allowed this survey to be sent out at their school and who sent it out to their students, because without them, we would not have the responses that we do have because they were so willing to share their students with us. So I thank them for that. So basically what's going to happen is each question, we've created a graph to kind of visualize the data for you guys. Some questions will have 2 graphs. I think there's only one question actually that has 2 graphs involved in it. And then Angelita and I, on some of them, will add in our personal, you know, comments and how we would have answered this. And for some of them, obviously, like this one, that's not necessary. Basically, I think a few important things to note are that this is only high schools, and so there are no like middle or elementary schools represented in the survey and in the results. The other thing is that obviously some schools are far more represented than others, and some of this definitely has to do with student population. As you see with South Burlington and CVU, we both have much larger student populations than, say, U32 or Spalding or Montpelier High School. I don't think that it's too much to think about, but just to make you guys aware that, you know, about 1/3 of responses are coming from CVU or so on. So we also just collected the data of what grade people were in because some of the principals had asked to see this data. So if they wanted to be able to look at, say, how's their freshman class doing, they would be able to do that. It's a pretty even spread. I did find it kind of interesting that there were a lot more freshmen and quite few sophomores who responded to that. I don't know what that speaks to, but I just wanted to share that data with you guys so you were able to see every question that we collected. Take it away, Angelita.
Yeah. So
Yep.
for this one, just a note, Montpelier has a much different system than the other schools do. Most schools have switching off days from Monday to Tuesday to Thursday and Friday, or not going at all. And Montpelier has morning and afternoon cohorts instead of Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's a note for this. A majority of students, as we can see, have 2 days a week, which is pretty common apparently. Around 800 students have 2 days a week. Less than 250 have 0 days, and for the rest of the days, obviously, most rare. And again, we did not do middle school students, which obviously go 5 days a week. So that is important to note. We can go to the next slide. So this one, we asked in general, how protected do you feel against COVID in your school? A majority feel very protected, which is very good. 544 students, over 50%. We had a very, very small feel not protected at all, only 8 out of the 1,777 students that responded. We have some somewhat protected, 207, and super protected, which is awesome. But about 2/3 or 3/4 of the students feel protected enough to not really worry, and then the other 1/4 feel that we need some adjustments to be made. Next slide.
So this is the question that has 2 different graphs associated with it. I thought I would break it down in case there was anyone who wanted to specifically look at a school and see how they were doing. And so this, again, is just how protected do you feel from COVID while at school, but we've separated it by school so you can kind of see if perhaps there's at one school students are feeling safer or anything like that. The other thing I would note on this slide is that Essex High School had a very small amount of students respond compared to their student body, simply because they already had a survey circulating at their school. So the probability of students responding to both surveys was much smaller. So that's why the Essex data sometimes, if we do break it down by school and you see it, it can be a little weird to look at compared to the other ones. But otherwise, this is just another way to look at how students feel at school. So go ahead, Angelita.
So here we start asking more specific questions on why or why not people feel protected. The biggest issue, this was a graph on why we feel protected, and mask usage, people are wearing it correctly. Great sanitation, social distancing is being followed in outdoor classrooms. So I'll just give like a quick kind of personal thing on this. I have seen outdoor classrooms has been really great. It gives us a chance to kind of be outdoors and be able to take our masks off, but also being safe because we can spread out and kind of do our work while also being able to communicate with our fellow students. And proper mask use has been a little bit of an issue, but I can get deeper into that on the next slide.
Yeah, and for me personally, I think the sanitation, sorry, when I go to eat lunch has been amazing. I eat in the library because that's where my advisory is, and either the tables are wiped down before I even get there, or I just wipe my table down when I do get there. I think otherwise, between classes, I haven't seen if teachers are wiping tables down before and after, but I know that students will, sanitize their hands when there's a hand sanitizer dispenser. But definitely the aspect of like having your own desk to yourself has definitely provided me with some comfort, because it just gives you all the more like of a visualization of that distance between people. And proper mask usage definitely makes me feel safe at school. I know that if I see someone with their mask below their nose, or, say a gator mask instead of a, an actual mask, it makes me a little more uncomfortable and a little more worried that I'm not as safe around them if they do potentially have COVID. I haven't personally experienced a lot of outdoor classrooms. I do know that our band and chorus had tents for the first quarter, and those were used every day when they had class, and I'm sure that those were extremely helpful. For me personally, my classes haven't utilized those. Moving on to what makes students feel unprotected while they're at school is following social distancing rules is the biggest one here. I think, and that really kind of speaks to our environment, because that 6 feet does, give you that comfort of, even if, say, there's something wrong with the mask that they're wearing, that you still have those 6 feet. So when you do see, two students right up next to each other, in the hallway and things like that, it can be a little discomforting. So I completely understand that from a personal perspective. And then improper mask usage falls well below that, and then no sanitization. We did receive like a few comments of people either saying like, I think everything's really good at my school and there's no reason for me not to feel protected. We also did receive some that were kind of like, I haven't seen a lot of these precautions being taken, and so I just, I don't, like, we don't wipe down tables, or I feel like even though we're eating outside, I still don't feel safe, and things like that were more direct responses, but I did not know how to include them in a graph like this. Anilita, do you?
Yeah. And for my school personally, our building is not big enough to accompany all these students and have everyone social distance. I know I have to eat lunch in my classroom before class starts, and our class is way too small. And I feel like we've become so used to masks that we're starting to forget why we're wearing them. And during lunch, I've seen people will walk up right next to each other and sit down right next to each other and, talk. And it's become an issue during lunch specifically. And my school has also been fighting for more mask breaks, which I'm a little against because of the fact that I have seen students not take the proper precautions while they have their masks off. So that has been social distancing and improper mask usage kind of combined.
Oops, excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, Angelita, but we're getting a lot of feedback from another line, so if everybody can mute, that would be very helpful.
Peter Peltz, welcome to the meeting, but I think it would be helpful if you could mute your speaker. Sorry, Angelita, go ahead.
Sanitation has been pretty good at my school. There have been a few teachers that we need to kind of remind them, hey, did you wash down tables? And they will do it immediately. So sanitation hasn't been as big of an issue, but improper mask usage and social distancing rules have been the hardest, especially when we're trying to social distance and we have our masks off and people don't want to. So that has been something that has not been enforced well at my school specifically, but I can't, like I said, speak for everyone. Yeah.
All right. And so then the next thing we talked about was extracurriculars, because those are obviously a huge part of school for a lot of students. It's not just going to school and attending class from, 8 to 3 o'clock. You either have clubs beforehand or sports or theater after school. And so personally, I was on the golf team. And so that it's already itself a very socially distant sport. So I personally felt very safe being on the golf team. But I did hear from other students who were part of other sports teams. Obviously, with the low cases that we had in the fall while sports were going on, it wasn't as big an issue as if, when winter sports come around and it comes time for that, how safe are those really going to be, and how safe will I feel, going out on the ice and playing hockey? I have been in some clubs, and a lot of them are virtual now, which is really nice. I'm pretty sure Student Council is the only club that I'm attending in person, and that's every other week. And I helped out with my school's attempted production of Mamma Mia. However, it did get shut down because of the high case count that we're seeing now in Vermont. But I was working on set design, and I thought that was actually, it was a really nice way to kind of get out of my head and get out of the whole, worrying about school and worrying about COVID, because with golf ending so soon, I needed some sort of release and a way to still be a part of a community and be able to engage positively. And so I think, for me at least, extracurriculars are a huge part of school and a huge way that students are able to maintain some sort of mental health. And obviously what's reflected by this is that a lot of kids participate in all sorts of extracurriculars, sports being the largest because they are one of the most universal things at high schools.
Yeah, and my student government, I'm in community council. We've been doing it virtual. So obviously we don't have to be in person and in one room to do that. And sports at my school has also been amazing. Everyone is required to wear masks. At games, I'm not sure what they've done at games. I was part of cross country, so things were really different. And we would basically keep ourselves separated before a race start. But at games, it was like a traditional game, but everyone was just required to sanitize, and they had to make sure that once they traveled out of the county, they had to kind of go home and make sure they took care of themselves, and they had to give a report on how they were feeling after the game before they went back to school. So that was just how our school did things for when we traveled, because other counties in Vermont, I've seen that the cases have increased in different counties than in our county. So there are some counties that are a little dangerous to travel to, and we made sure to stay away from those. But aside from that, we took as many precautions as we could. So this one is diving into the protection during extracurriculars. Reminder that a majority of our results were from sports. So a majority of this is students that took a sport, which obviously you're going to feel more protected. You're wearing a mask, you're outside, you're not touching the same materials, such as in basketball or in school if you're sharing school materials. So as we can see, only 3 people out of 1,000 said that they didn't feel protected at all. Only 18 said that they felt barely protected, and over 3/4 said that they felt protected. So we can see that extracurriculars was really well handled. It was a good outlet for students, and it also was safe for students.
Yeah, and I think that, unfortunately, going forward, it's definitely something that's going to have to be reconsidered. Obviously, with, it's snowing here and right in front of my window, and, we're not able to do as many sports outside. And so I think going forward, mental health is another thing that schools really need to start being aware of, because you can no longer have kids running around outside wearing a mask kicking a soccer ball. You're going to have kids wanting to run around inside all touching the same basketball inside of a gym where there's not as good ventilation as there would be outside with wind and stuff. The next thing we kind of wanted to touch upon was just the education students felt like they were receiving. Obviously, this is going to be very personal depending on the student, and it was how do you feel, not a can you actually compare, because it is hard when you go between grades to compare the education you're receiving, because you are taking different classes, you are having different teachers a lot of the times, and so an actual comparison is difficult. But we attempted to kind of get kids ideas of how they at least felt. And so this was compared to last spring, how do you feel the online education you are being provided is? And I think this really reflects how much work our teachers here in Vermont do to, help students, and they love their jobs and they want to be supportive of their students. And I know from personal experiences, my students figured out how to make Google Classroom a super effective resource and have really hit the nail on the head of creating positive experiences with online learning, because in the spring it was very much, flying by the seat of our pants of like, already we're doing this now. And like if a teacher didn't have a Google Classroom set up, all of a sudden they had to make a Google Classroom and learn how to make assignments and how to grade things, with them being all online. And so for a lot of teachers, that was a difficult adjustment, but I think that, this reflects in it. And I've seen that teachers have really put in the time and effort, and they've really let their love for teaching and for students kind of shine through. And they've put in so much effort to make this fall and this school year a much better experience than in the spring.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like teachers have 100% learned to utilize the materials that they have. Google Classroom wasn't a common thing to use at one point, and Zoom wasn't around, and now that's all we kind of use is Zoom meetings, especially at my school. Every Wednesday, teachers basically open up their schedules, like reach out if you can. Learning to grade. Grading's been a little different at my school just because there are some students that have really been struggling with at home, but they're learning to really use those days that we have to make sure that that's just all questions and comments and really helping out the students. So compared to last spring, it has 100% been so much better. But like Sabina said, it depends and it's personal based on the teachers that you have and the courses that you're taking based on how much you're supposed to be covering, because schedules are weird this year and we're trying to get through a year's worth of work in half a semester or a quarter of a semester. So something to think about.
Yeah. Go ahead, Anita.
Yeah. So this one is just the overall education compared to last fall. For the most part, everything feels the same. We have a third of the students saying that it's worse or much worse, about 30%, and other students saying the same. And then we have some improvement, much better, but I can speak for those students because I'm one of those students where it's a great time for individual learning. And I can 100% say that that's not something that every student has. And I have a lot of people that I'm acquaintances with and friends that say that they need the help. They need to be there 5 days a week. It's not working for them. And they have teachers that are not willing to listen and understand, which is rare, but it is affecting the education based on last fall. And of course, things are going to be a lot different. COVID's going on, and that was not a thing last fall. So we need to learn to adapt and think, how can we get this much work into half a semester? Because that's what my school is doing, a year's worth of work in half a semester, and then you switch courses. But it is a little fast-paced for most students. It is becoming a little rough in some courses. My courses are perfectly fine, but I'm here to speak for as many students as I can, and it is not working for some, but for others, it does not feel any different, and for others, it really is working. It's time for individual learning.
Yeah, and for me personally, I think that at the beginning of the school year, I really struggled with our asynchronous days, and basically how those work at CVU is that your teacher simply assigns you work for Thursday and Friday, and you have to complete it because they are in school teaching their other classes. So a lot of the time, it is very much an independent learning, and I struggled with that during the first quarter. And now I feel like I have kind of adapted and been able to adjust to this new style of learning and become more independent with my learning. And, that is a personal thing that it's worked for me, but there are definitely students who it's just not working for. And I think going forward, I have been lucky enough that AP Calculus hasn't been that difficult with asynchronous learning, because my teachers simply record a lecture about, here's the new topic and the note sheet, and they basically go over the note sheet with you in the video that they post, and then you have the homework that you do, which is really no different than our in-person class, except for the fact that you can ask a question. And so a lot of the first part of our Monday classes are always devoted to answering questions from Thursday and Friday. I am, however, worried and kind of like, I don't know the best word to describe it, but next semester I'm taking AP Calculus or AP Chemistry in the span of 11 weeks, and it already is such a fast-paced class from what I've heard from other students. So I think that will definitely be a reflection of how did this change in schedule of having a year-long course in the span of a semester work. And I'm also taking French, which I have not spoken a word of French since last school year at the end of the year when I had my French online class. And so I'm hoping that my young brain is able to recall a lot of what I've learned, but I think it will definitely be interesting to see that along with summer and then an entire semester of school, is that harming kids in the world language department?
Sabina and Anilita, yes. This is going great. We have about 2 minutes left and you have 2 more slides.
Yep. Okay, so second to last here, I kind of wanted to, because so many kids are doing 2 days in school, I wanted to see how kids felt with hybrid learning. I think this is a perfect representation of every student has their own story and their own experiences. And we see that with the average workload for days you are at home compared to your workload at school, kids are all over the place with whether they feel like their teacher is assigning more work to them and they're having to put in more effort when they're at home than they would if they were at school, or the exact opposite. They feel like when they're at home, their teachers are just giving them like, here's an article, read it, and that's all that they're receiving from their teachers. So I personally feel that I'm receiving about the same amount of work, especially in my calculus class. It's very obvious that it is the exact same amount of work. In some of my other classes, I had a class about the Holocaust last quarter that it felt like there was a very similar amount of workload there. And so I think, at least for me, I've been lucky enough with the experience that my teachers are fairly good at regulating the amount of work that they're assigning for kids.
I can relate to this a bit. We get more than 3 hours because we're supposed to be substituting the amount of work that we're supposed to be receiving throughout the week. So that's what our school is attempting to do, just kind of supplement online classes for in-school classes.
Yep.
So the last slide, we don't have a key up, but the darker it is, the heart basically means teachers aren't reaching out, and the lighter it is means the more they're reaching out. So yeah, teachers have been doing great. Teachers, over 50% for the most part, have been really well with making sure that students can reach out and they can connect with students and help them with work. There have been a few cases of teachers being really hard to reach. I had one teacher last year that I would email her about an important project and she would get to me like a month later, and it was like, it's done. Like, I can't fix it now, but that has been rare, so that's good. I have had cases where there are just some teachers that they're busy, which we have to understand. They have all these students, they have to grade all these kids, at-home learners that don't come to school, and other hybrid kids that they don't have that day. It's a lot for teachers to handle, so of course we have to be understanding of that. But for the most part, teachers have been great. They've been reaching out. My teachers this year have been amazing. I haven't had any issues with them. They'll just reach out to me in like an hour or two, depending on what day it is. So yeah, that has been amazing for teachers. Do you have to add something, Sabina?
Yeah, and so for me at least, because I'm lucky enough that I'm a confident, independent learner, and I feel that there were very few times I did have questions. If I did, I know that my calculus teachers have a wonderful schedule set up basically where they have one of them, because there's 2 AP Calculus teachers, one of them has office hours. So if you're working on Thursday or Friday and say it's 10:30, you go look at the spreadsheet, you see who's holding office hours, and you go to their Google Meet and you can ask them a question. In my other classes, I think a lot of times the work has been more straightforward in the sense of there are fewer questions, and it's more of like, here's an article, take notes on it, we're going to talk about it in class. So if you have any questions, you can ask those the following day. But I haven't really heard from other students at CVU about whether they feel like it's hard to access their teachers from home. But I need to mention that at her school is definitely an issue. So we figured it was an important thing to ask students to see if, then you can see that there is a very different, there's a broad range of where students feel they fall. And that's all that we have. So thank you for your attention.
That was just terrific. Each of you and both of you together. I'm so delighted as you're talking. I'm thinking of lots of friends and family members that I want to send your presentation to, including your comments. It was just very well done, both of you. We thank you very much. You can take down the screen share, if you will, and now we'll have a little time for board member questions or comments. Would any board member like to pose a question or comment?
I have a question. This is Kathy. Great presentation. Thank you again. And I'm wondering if either of you have an opinion on going forward, the idea of hybrid learning being a continual pathway for students, and if you have an opinion on whether or not that would be something that was doable long term, and or if it's something that you think would be difficult over the long term.
Yeah, I think personally, I feel like in a world where COVID is an issue and we don't have a vaccine, and you can't go out in public without wearing a mask. Hybrid learning, I think, is a wonderful solution. And granted, it does not work for a lot of students, but personally, I have learned to adapt to it, and I have friends who have learned to adapt to it. And I think that the asynchronous days that we have at CVU are very helpful for the mental health of students because, right, I'm not able to see my friends anymore. I can't, have social gatherings outside, even if we are wearing masks and we're 6 feet apart and we're following all the precautions. We're in different households, so we can't do that anymore under the new regulations. And so having the ability to structure your own day, and if I just had a really rough day on Wednesday and I want to sleep in until 10:30, I can do that. Because my assignments just have to get done by, Thursday at midnight. So if that means I start my school work day at like 11 o'clock and I'm working till 5 o'clock, so be it, and it provides kids with that flexibility, which I've really appreciated. And it's given me some more freedom and made me feel more like an adult. Obviously there are some kids who it does not work for. So I think once we are out of, this pandemic, I think going back to the original way of school is going to be so important for a lot of kids, because there is a very large portion of students who are not independent learners and need support 5 days a week. And I mean, one thing that it's provided me is it's given me the ability to have my own independent projects. Because I'm not in school from 8 to 3 o'clock every day, I have, time on, to do whatever I want. Perhaps, putting together this slideshow like that, like being able to work on independent things has been a plus side to having hybrid learning. But like I said before, I think it is it should be used in a world of COVID, because after this pandemic is over, it's just not going to work for a lot of kids.
Thank you. Jennifer, you have your hand up, and then next is Kim.
Sure. Thank you both for taking the time to create the survey, crunch the numbers, put the presentation together. I thought it was enormously helpful and enlightening. I have two questions. One is, did you send the survey to all high schools in Vermont or just some of them? And if it was only some of them, how did you make that choice? And then the other question I had is, I thought the slide that you had about how protected from COVID do you feel while at school, it was interesting to me how different the responses were based on the school. And I'm curious, I'm not sure that the two of you would know this, but I'm curious to know if the high schools have different measures in place that would generate different responses from the students because they weren't consistent. So anyway, thank you both.
Yeah, in terms of sending, like which high schools we chose to send it to, it started with me like reaching out to the student network and saying to each kid, here's the survey that I want sent out. If you could reach out to your principals and have them send it out to their school, that would be awesome. Because obviously when you hear from a student who is a part of your own student body at your school, you're more likely to respond and do something for them. So that's where it started out. And we started to hear from a lot of kids that either their principal wasn't getting back to them or, you know, they didn't want to send it out. And I started to see that we weren't getting that many numbers. And, you know, because I had reached out to my principal at CVU, a majority of the answers were from CVU. And I was like, I don't want this to be like, you know, half of the responses are all from this one high school, because that's just not how you show data. Because even though it would be technically diverse, it really wouldn't show a broad Vermont perspective. So what I actually did is I pulled out the like Vermont education directory that we have, and I flipped through and I looked at high schools that we didn't have student members from. And I looked at, you know, ones obviously that have a larger student body, because I figured if there's more kids that it's being sent to, the chances of getting more responses to outnumber all of the ones I was getting from CVU, it would kind of help to weigh out that data. There were some principals I didn't hear back from. And then there were others who were like, yes, of course, I'd love to, and sent it out. So a lot of it really was a luck of the draw kind of a thing. Like if I saw the school in the little handbook and then their principal responded with yes, then it got sent out to them. We are thinking about possibly sending out a second survey. And so I think that going forward, that's something to consider. Like, how do we see if we can get this out to all students? I know that, you know, reaching out to each principal individually, I mean, I could not tell you how many high schools there are in Vermont, but there's a lot of them. So definitely something to think about going forward is trying to see if we can get every high school. Yeah.
Very good. We're running a little long on time. So we've got Kim, then Bill, then Jenna, and that'll be the last of our inquiries. Go ahead, Kim, please.
Hi, thank you guys so much for doing this. And just to that point, I would suggest that maybe working through the VPA, and also the notion that you've begun doing this, if it was something you thought quarterly you were going to sort of be tapping the resource, the principals might become familiar with it happening and be more responsive in getting it out. So that's really, really exciting to imagine bringing such a broad voice to our information and our work. So thank you. And I wanted to say, just so you know, locally, our student board members did their report to us last night, and it included the data from our school, because I think it's important to know that you are able to disaggregate the data by school and share that back. So on the ground, it's being used. We heard about both the questions, but also equally importantly was the qualitative data from the comments. That was really impactful. They shared some of that data with us. So it was, I think you should know that I hope this will have broad impact going back to the local districts too. So thank you so much for this work.
Thank you, Kim. Bill, you have a comment or question?
Yes. First, I'm impressed. I really like what I'm seeing here. I'm wondering if you folks had thought about surveying the public in the state. There's a bunch of really good issues that you folks could get into.
Yeah, you have all this free time.
Oh, I don't know that free time is the word, but yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Bill. Jenna, you had a comment or question.
My comment is this is great work, and I think it would be great to get this out to students too, to see kind of how they have this connection with other students across the state. And Sabina, you mentioned mental health as a growing concern too, and it would be interesting if you were to repeat the survey and add some questions around social connectedness and emotional well-being right now. I think that would be an interesting comparison. And also if we could get, and I could certainly help here in the Northeast Kingdom to reach those principles around students who are geographically isolated as well, and then remotely learning. So I think that would be some interesting information to get. And you guys did a great job.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and Anilita and I were speaking last night, and I had brought up that, especially going into the winter months where it gets darker so much earlier, that mental health, definitely, I would love for that to be a part of a survey that I send out. And I think that I definitely am going to find my free time, as John said, and put together something and work with people. And I would definitely, use you guys and the whole board as resources, because I'm sure you have way more connections than I do with principals. And I think it's nicer for them to hear from a familiar face than to hear from someone who they don't know. And when you get a favor asked of you from someone that you are familiar with, it's just easier to say yes. So thank you guys all so much for your kind words.
Thank you. Thank you both. This was just a terrific exercise, including for you, I think, an opportunity for you to work together, to formulate your questions and to administer the surveys, and also an exercise in your public speaking. You probably will go back and see the video and say, oh my gosh, I did this and I did that. You did a lot of things just wonderfully in all dimensions of this. And it's been a great exercise for you and for the board. Board members who have your hands up for questions, you can take them down now. We're ready to move on to the next item in the agenda, which is public to be heard. And I believe we have a few folks who wish to be heard. I want to advise the public, and we haven't done this very clearly in the past, and I'd like to be clear about it. In general, our expectation is that public comments will be about subjects or topics that the board is dealing with in this meeting. That's one of the reasons we publish the agenda in advance, well in advance, so you can see what it is we will be discussing and taking action on, and therefore that's your opportunity to make comments. And we set it up so that you can do so before we discuss and before we vote, so your point of view can be taken into account. That's another way of saying, however, that if you have comments on things that are not on the agenda, they're frankly not particularly helpful at this time. A second point I want to emphasize that we've come to understand much better is that in some senses, in some dimensions, this board is a court. It has a quasi-judicial responsibility for essentially adjudicating contested matters. So, for example, there might be an appeal of a decision by the Secretary of Education, and the law provides that that appeal can be brought to this board for adjudication. Similarly, the law provides that certain decisions by local school boards may be appealed to this body. And so in any quasi-judicial matter, we cannot entertain outside opinions except in the hearing itself. So if you have an opinion to offer on a subject that could become a quasi-judicial matter in front of this board, you're frankly not welcome to speak about it to us at this or any other time until there is a hearing. So just those guidelines are, in general, we prefer you to focus on matters that are in the agenda. We'll be a little flexible about that because perhaps you haven't been warned about that. And we will be very, very firm, however, that we will not entertain or accept public comments that speak to matters that are or might be before the board in its quasi-judicial responsibilities. I hope that's clear. We want you, nonetheless, despite all that, to feel welcome to offer your public comments. We've got about 20 minutes for this. We're a little bit behind schedule. Who among you in the public would like to speak? And by the way, Maureen, perhaps you can organize that a little bit for us.
Hi, John. Yeah, I had two people that had reached out. I believe at least one of them are on the phone. Chris Kramer and Millard Cox. Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear? This is Chris Kramer. You can hear me?
All right, Mr. Kramer, since there are others as well.
Yes, we're here as well.
5 minutes.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that preface. I actually think that given what you just said, it may make sense to hold off until the next meeting or an offline conversation. I'm guessing that some of those comments may have been about our last presentation and what was anticipated today. So I don't want to jump in if that's unwelcome.
Frankly, it's not in response to anything that you have said or done, and frankly, I'm not quite clear what you might be speaking about. So, no, it's just a general principle.
Okay.
And I appreciate your exercise of self-restraint, and whatever issues you have, if they're not on our agenda, we're certainly happy to hear from you in writing or any other way.
Sure. It is related to some questions that came up at the last meeting, so that was why I wanted to follow up.
We can be a little flexible, of course.
Okay. And actually, I really mostly want to turn it over to Mac and Lori, who are the other two members that you see on the screen. But just by way of introduction, there were a couple of questions that came up at the last meeting when I spoke about so I'm from Cornwall, which is part of the Addison Central District. Mac and Lori are from Ripton, which is part of the same district. We are exploring the possibility of withdrawal, as I mentioned at the last meeting. But as I also said, it really is related, not at all, I would almost say, to the unified governance structure for us. We were a unified high school district before we were a unified union unified district. And honestly, from my standpoint, and I think from a lot of people's standpoint, we'd actually just as soon keep that high school structure at least, and then honestly, even keep the union unified structure. The issue for us really goes, what goes to the heart of the issue is really closure, school closure. The board in our district has set out a timeline to vote on a plan that would close 4 out of our 7 elementary schools with a vote prior to town meeting day this coming winter, spring. So that's really the focus for us. And we, the questions that I think 2 board members, I think Member Olson and Member Mathis raised at the last meeting was around the possibility of petitioning our board to amend our articles specifically around closure. Mac and Lori were the people who led the petition that did that and was unfortunately not warned. So I wanted to give them a chance to just speak in a little more detail about that effort if there were any follow-up questions about that. The only thing I would just add is, we were in the first cohort of voluntary mergers. So at that time, we didn't have any window into the default articles that were used later for some of the required mergers. And our articles, unfortunately, actually have less, I don't know if protection is the right word, but sort of the language is not as strong around closure as exists in the default articles. For example, there is no electorate vote of any kind around closure. There is a supermajority of the board, 10 out of 13 in our case, that's required, but there's no vote in the given town and there's no vote of the overall electorate. The petition that we had drafted specifically would not actually have even given the town itself the right to vote. It would have only given the overall electorate the right to vote, which if you look at the default articles is actually still less protection. Is that not right, Lori? Did I get that wrong? It would have given the town itself? Okay.
The town, yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry, I take it back. But nonetheless, that does exist in the default articles, and it's not something that we currently have. So by going early in a sense, without the context of what might come later, we sort of, we took advantage of the benefits of going early, but the downside was that we didn't really get to see the full context of what might come out in other districts later. So that's where things stand. I understand that the law is what it is. I'm aware of the letter that you all sent to the legislature, and I understand from the agency that the board is sort of required, to keep it short, to approve. But I'm still interested if there's any feedback from board members, nonetheless, despite that requirement, if there is anything in our draft petition that might help board members feel more comfortable with this path that we're taking, even if it doesn't change any legal requirements. For example, as I said, we really don't mind the unified union structure. And if we included language committing to rejoining such a structure, if we were given an opportunity to amend specifically only the closure articles, that's something we would be, at least I can speak for Cornwall, or for myself in Cornwall, very open to. So if there's any feedback from board members of things like that that might help. And then the other thing is related to that, and I don't know that the board would feel comfortable with this, but if there are members or the board as a whole that might feel comfortable encouraging, and not requiring because it's not required, but encouraging local school boards to allow petitions to be warned, particularly in those voluntary districts that went early. Again, not required, but just to encourage that to happen. I think that might help avoid this issue of withdrawal, at least in those districts. Essentially, avoid. Sure.
Yeah, your time is running long.
That was really the last point I wanted to make, so that's fine.
Right. I would just point out that board members do not act independently.
Sure.
At least not wearing a board hat. So only actions by the board by consensus and discussion or board actions. Mr. and Mrs. I don't know your last name, Mac.
Cox.
Cox.
Millard Cox and Lori Cox. I go by Mac, so just to ease confusion.
Thank you, sir. In one moment, I'd like to hear from you, but I want to give Oliver Olson, a board member who's pretty knowledgeable in these topics, an opportunity to comment on what was, or respond to what was just said. Oliver?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to suggest to the board that we take caution not to express a view on, I think there was a request to sort of comment or opine on some suggestions, and I would caution that it would be inappropriate for us to do. And I just worry that things could be, take on a life of their own. And as you noted, Mr. Chair, we as a board, we need to speak. We sort of need to speak from a formal, process perspective. And I think there are questions, sort of opining on sort of prospective possibilities is just not a good practice.
Thank you. I completely concur, and I'm sure other board members do as well. It's certainly not our place to seek to influence local decisions through some independent process. It is certainly the board's privilege to make a recommendation to the General Assembly on policy matters, but I think Oliver stated the matter well. So with that in mind, we're happy to hear from Mr. and Mrs. Cox. Would you please wish to introduce yourselves and say whatever you'd like us to hear?
Okay, so I'm Lori. This is Mac, and we live in Ripton. We've lived here a long time, and I've been chair of the select board and on the select board for quite a few years. And so last fall, put together petitions to our school board relating to charter changes, and they were submitted with well more than the required signatures that were the right amount for all the towns in the district. It wasn't just weighted from the small schools or whatever, it covered everybody. And but the board did not choose to take those petitions up and actually put them. They were a request to have those two matters put to the voters. They were not a request for the board to just willy-nilly change the charter. Yeah. There were two parts. One was to have a town be able to vote on school closure for their town, and the other was to make it, right now, all the representatives to the school board are elected at large. And so that means just the way the population demographics are in our area, Middlebury has more voters than all the small towns combined, even though we are in total 7 communities. So it means that any decision, whether it be who gets elected to the school board, whatever town they come from, or anything else, is going to always be highly influenced by the one community. And so both of those provisions were denied in terms of bringing it to a vote. And
so as a result of the situation that Lori is describing, we in Ripton feel that we essentially have no representation on the board, and that our school is destined to be closed, and the only way we can avoid that, apparently, is to attempt to withdraw from the district. So we wish to do that, but we're aware of the fact that we might not succeed, and if that's the case, and our school is closed, and our children are bused into Middlebury to elementary school, then we don't feel that we'll have any voice in decisions that are made about their education. That with our paltry 400 or so votes going up against Middlebury's more than 4,000 votes, most of the decisions about education in the district are going to be made by Middlebury. And that would include passing bonds, for example. If our school is closed and then the board wishes to bond to renovate the Middlebury school in order to accommodate all the incoming students, that bond would pass in spite of every person in town voting against it. So that kind of a situation for us is unreasonable. We feel that we should have some kind of voice in the education of our children. We have one vote on a 13-member board. So you can see how that might work. Anyway, that's the message we wanted to give you, and we hope it's not inappropriate to do so at this time.
Mr. and Mrs. Cox, we thank you for conveying your concerns to us, and I think many of us understand and have heard somewhat similar concerns. Just on a personal note, I want to kind of recognize you as community servants and engaged in community concerns, both on the select board and on the school side, and we thank you for that service and for being with us.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maureen, are there any other public to be heard to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, but there's a few other folks on the phone. I'm not sure if they wish to speak or not.
Sure. Okay. Well, we're at the point where we would probably wish to move on. Those who have your hand up, figuratively speaking, it would be time to take it down. That would apply to the Coxes and to Member Mathis. Your hand is still up. Would you please take it down so that then I'll know when you really want to be called upon. Next on our agenda is the chair's report. And I'd like to just, my report is fairly short and fairly limited in scope. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that some of our recent confusions about the roles and responsibilities of the state board as distinct from the roles and responsibilities of the Agency of Education and the Secretary. And it's fair to say there's been some misunderstandings on both our sides, certainly on my part and perhaps members of the board, as well as on the side of the Agency of Education, about the proper process for dealing with reports or complaints about an independent school such reports that might have a bearing upon the approval status of that independent school. And after advice from legal counsel to the board, as you all know, on the 6th of November, the board met with its counsel and the secretary and his counsel. I think we all now have a shared understanding of the way forward. We have a clear understanding of our roles, and they are very, very different. And I think, speaking only for myself, I should have known, but I feel like I know better now, that the board's very special role as a quasi-judicial body in certain matters means that in those very matters, we ourselves are limited to the court-like rule. And the questions of investigating the facts, establishing what are facts, what are not, or attempting to, and presenting them is not ours at all. And it never will be our role to investigate reports or concerns about independent schools and many other things that can come before this board in its quasi-judicial function. That responsibility in this particular matter, in a matter relating to independent schools, rests with the Agency of Education, in particular the Secretary. And we're all very clear about that now, and I'm glad we are. I certainly have learned things, and I suspect we all have come to a better understanding of our role. So we just wanted to be very clear that it is the agency and the Secretary that is responsible for initiating any investigation of an approved independent school. And in general, the board has, with a few exceptions, the board has no authority to initiate or conduct or oversee an investigation of an approved independent school. The single notable exception is in the event of financial capacity, a term of art that the legislature uses. And in that case, the board has some direct authorities to inquire and investigate. But that's the only exception. We are responsible for considering the suspension or revocation of an independent school, of its approval, but only if we are asked to do so by the Secretary. That is, only if the Secretary recommends that. And then it's our duty to decide if we concur with the Secretary's recommendation, and we conduct a hearing, a formal hearing guided by the state's APA process. We don't just wing it. It's pretty structured because it is a quasi-judicial proceeding. And among other things, the school in question is invited to present its point of view, as well as we hearing the Secretary's point of view. This is where the business of hearing from outsiders about this is so important that we not hear from outsiders about a matter that could come before the board as a quasi-judicial matter. That amounts to what's called an ex parte communication, and those are prohibited by statute and common sense. And as you all know, when a jury convenes, for example, they're sequestered and they can't read the newspaper and they can't get outside information. We're not exactly a jury, but we are a quasi-judicial body when we are asked to decide a matter such as this. So we have to be personally very scrupulous about information that we take on board personally in our off hours, stories that we read, the telephone calls that we get. And we really have to push back on people wanting to convey to us their views on a matter that may be quasi-judicial. Hence, my guidance to the public today, and I will continue to offer that guidance on a regular basis, because frankly, I don't want you being burdened with information about a topic that may come before you in your quasi-judicial capacity at a later time. And it should be clear that it's legally impermissible for this board to take the initiative in a matter such as recently came up. We have to stand back and allow the Secretary to do his work and then make his recommendation to us. And so similarly, if to the public, if there are concerns or complaints about an independent school, in the kind of case we're talking about, those matters should be brought to the secretary directly and not to this board, since it's only the secretary who can make a determination whether or not to investigate the matter. So I hope that's clear. There are other kinds of matters to remind you that come before this board. In fact, in recent memory, I think this board has seen more appeals and hearings than is typical. You'll recall the board took action in the appeal of a licensing matter of an educator. You'll recall that the board was asked to conduct a hearing in a rate-setting matter, which was an appeal of the secretary's action. And the board could be asked to take an appeal of a decision by a local school district in certain very limited matters. Those decisions can be appealed to the board. So I think we've seen more than most boards do, and we may see more in the future. And so we just need to be very conscientious about having our radar up, if you will, about, is this an issue that could come before the board as a matter for adjudication? And if so, we need to be very, very cautious about receiving information about it, except through the structured APA-type hearing process. So that's my little sermon of the day, a little homily, and it's mostly just an acknowledgement of the confusion that I feel I contributed to, and of the delicacy of the situation that we find ourselves. Quasi-judicial matters are just totally different than almost everything else we do, and we need to understand that and behave accordingly. So that's all I had to offer as a chair's comment. We can move on now to the item G, which is the secretary's report. Keep in mind, please, that at item H, the secretary will be speaking about data suppression questions. So in this time, we will hear from the secretary on anything he wishes to speak about other than that. And if you have any questions about data suppression, they should be held until item H starts at about 10:35. So I'm sorry, at 10:05. So, Mr. Secretary, over to you, sir.
Oh, good morning. I hope you're all doing well. Sorry I was late this morning, and that I missed the meeting on Friday, both due to my responsibilities to manage the COVID response. I expect to be here all day today. I just want to put out there, our water heater broke last night, so I do have to sign off briefly to let the plumbers in. Other than that, I expect to be here all day. As the chair mentioned, I have an item, it's on the agenda relative to data suppression. That's a separate issue, but just more generally, I just thought I'd echo the chair's comments. We've worked through some issues internally inside the agency as well, and I think we have a greater sense of clarity working with the board on roles and responsibilities relative to independent school reviews, investigations, complaints, and so forth. So we definitely affirm and understand our responsibility and my responsibility as secretary to conduct those reviews and investigations. So the ball's in our court, so to speak, in that regard. So I think that was very helpful for us. And more generally, I just briefly, I decided to provide you a brief update on the COVID response and then invite you to ask me any questions in that regard. That really still dominates much of what we're doing. I really was struck by the work of our student representatives and how important it is to hear the stories of what's going on from a student's perspective, but to hear the story of what's going on in terms of education. I will say in terms of our response, so much of the work we were focused on over the summer was about reopening school, which was really about logistics and how to safely manage many of the concerns about the operations of schools. In our guidance, we have step levels, and we made a transition from step 2 to step 3 at the end of September. And I think, looking back now, which seems like months ago, so much of our focus being on the logistics of reopening and essentially having achieved that by the end of September is acknowledged by our move from step 2 to step 3 being the least restrictive precautions being implemented. we started to do some work internally in the agency somewhere around the beginning of October about thinking about how to then turn beyond logistics and start to think about how to point the system to intervening from an educational standpoint on the impact this emergency has had on students' education and their lives. And as we got into that planning, I think we're all anxious to do that. The case count started to grow in the region and, of course, across the country. And it wasn't soon thereafter that we concluded that we didn't have the capacity really to make that shift, that we had a whole other situation emerging, which we're calling now sort of the holiday period, for lack of a better depiction. So we're not to say we're focused on the logistics that were so important for the reopening. In many ways, I'm going to say we've mastered that, or at least we have some fluency in how to operate our school safely. But pretty quickly, all hands on deck, so to speak, have shifted to managing the latest outbreaks that are emerging around the state. So we're looking forward to that opportunity to shift the system and point it towards sort of a recovery from an educational standpoint. But for the moment, unfortunately or fortunately, we need to focus on the conditions that we're dealing with, which are fairly dynamic from the state response level, but in schools, they remain pretty constant. As you know, we've also, as part of our sort of offensive disposition, I sometimes refer to as being more offensive than defensive. We're pushing out that perimeter of our surveillance and engaging in testing with all school staff. It started this week. That was something we had ramped up rather quickly. It's something we've been talking about for several weeks. But the opportunity presented itself with some testing capacity at the Broad Institute in Boston to essentially have the ability to test this week and get those tests processed in the lab. So we really moved pretty quickly with the Department of Health to deploy that testing this week. That's going fairly well. But it's part of our broader interest in providing and obtaining some insight into the broader patterns of prevalence of the virus in our communities, and using essentially schools as a proxy for that, because schools are essentially proportionally representative of their communities and are a good source and predictable source of how to implement, gather, and analyze the data. So I'll pause there and see if you have any questions more generally about the response. But I look forward to having the opportunity to be with you all day today.
Board members, comments or questions? Yes, Kim.
Thanks, Dan, and thank you for all that we're trying to manage at this very difficult time. And I guess I'll just say that, advocate, as I did in the beginning of the meeting when you weren't able to be with us. I just, as you are well aware, schools are operating in some cases in skeletal staff. And so each of these new, good opportunities to tap our large populations in our schools to see more broadly. I do think it's a great idea. I just want to recognize out loud and perhaps invite that to be part of the dialogue, that these are taxing on our school districts at times where we're taxed already around substitutes and having adequate staffing. So contact tracing calls and hosting testing sites are additive, and the dynamic changing guidance is challenging, and I'm grateful for the way our education and leadership is leaning into doing it on the ground. But I just want to acknowledge out loud, and I know that you're aware, but I think it is helpful to the extent our state could understand. While it seems all of these initiatives are great ideas and important, they come at a cost. So thanks, Dan.
Other comments or questions for the Secretary? Mr. Secretary, I do have a question. What is your sense as to, we've been hearing a great deal about the need for substitute teachers and the shortage thereof. What would you say are the major drivers for this need?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to phrase it. We don't often go there. We see the headlines and certainly I've responded on several occasions. Well, and we have significant demographic challenges in the state and in many labor areas, including education, and those conditions existed prior to the COVID-19 emergency, and certainly I would argue they've been exacerbated because of the emergency. I used to say to folks, when we go out on Capitol for the day with the governor, the one sign I always saw in the front of every school was bus drivers needed or substitutes wanted. So those issues have always been fairly prevalent. Certainly now, I think with, as demonstrated by the students report, I think you have more on the system in terms of hybrid learning. Hybrid learning, this idea of doing, for teachers in particular, doing simultaneously managing an in-person for some students and managing remote for others. It's not really an economy of scale. It's actually additive in terms of the burden, in terms of planning and instruction. And I think, we've just the stress and of what we've asked them to do. We've asked a lot of our schools to do things they weren't necessarily designed to do, particularly last spring and certainly ramping up over the summer. So there's just a lot of stress and fatigue essentially in the system. And all the fatigue and anxiety that's in larger society, schools often are focus points for those conversations. So the stresses that families are feeling, schools amplify those things and have to deal with it. So there's just a lot of pressure on schools. And I think that's represented most likely in absentee rates increasing, real physical illness and so forth. And then you pile onto that the public health issues around quarantining, and so forth. So there's, I think, additional demands being placed on a labor force in several different dimensions, and that's manifesting itself in an increased need for substitute teachers. I think the other side of that, which I'd embellish as well, is to say it's for those of us who work in schools and have struggled finding subs on any given day, not all subs are created equal. So it's not a question of just getting someone off the street to come in and substitute, right? So, some of this conversation, I think, has been simplified to that extent that it's just a question of getting bodies, or even like the mechanics, they just need to pass the record check. That doesn't necessarily solve the issue of providing instructional support. And I would also argue the complexity of managing hybrid learning is not, someone off the street might be familiar with the regular classroom environment because they went to school, or they might have a passion for the subject, but they're not necessarily going to be to jump in and be able to use Google Classroom fluently. And we're not necessarily going to delegate credentials to some of these online systems to those individuals on a part-time basis. So there's a lot of complexity with this problem of substitutes. It's not as simply as just like finding the people, but I think there is an increased demand, and the job is a bit different than it was pre-COVID. So both those things are creating sort of a perfect storm, if you will.
I hear you. I certainly concur about, I mean, if you respect educators as highly trained and with a very specialized knowledge set and skills, just like you would a nurse or a physician or an engineer, you can't imagine bringing people in off the street to replace engineers or nurses. And I don't know why we would imagine that works particularly well with educators as well. You talk about the stresses that are built in, and I've read some accounts by teachers about the hybrid model and how unbelievably demanding it is. It's as though you're teaching one class in French and the other class in German, and you've got to do both simultaneously. I mean, it's really, I should think it's a terrifically demanding thing. And so there's attrition happening, there's exhaustion, there's illness that comes from being overtired. Would it be conceivable to consider that at this time, 5 days a week, a 5-day school week, is more than most human beings can manage successfully, or at least most educators who, I mean, I think it presents its own challenges for students, of course, as we heard today, but students are responsible only for their own work. Educators are responsible for the work of anywhere from 20 to 60 other youngsters. Would it be useful to think about moving to either a 4-day week or expanding vacation time or otherwise somehow putting some buffer into the system in the form of less intense demands upon teachers' times. Just an idea from a person who's not an educator by any means, but concerned about how sustainable is what we're doing through a coming hard winter. I think
it's a good question. I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead, please.
I think part of the stress right now too is, we're starting to play with some tools that can alleviate some of the management involved with doing this, in terms of personalizing learning. It reminds me of the conversation around personalized learning plans that, we have a policy commitment to do that under Act 77. But it's almost inconceivable how teachers would do that without an automatic tool, a learning management system. So to do it by hand, to come up with a personalized learning plan for every student by hand, essentially in an artisan way, is impractical. So what we have going on now is like a quasi-adoption of technologies and tools that will alleviate and help manage some of this and allow us to scale. But we don't have full adoption. So I would argue in the last 6 months, teachers have learned more about online tools than they ever had probably in the several years of technology professional development. But that rapid adoption isn't fully implemented yet. So
get into sync screen with a Zoom screen.
It's Peter, I think.
Yeah, supposed to be.
So part of it is to understand what the tools are.
Normally I can see who's participating, and then I
don't know, Maureen, if you could mute.
Can you mute?
Yeah, I'm working on that. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks. In terms of the asynchronous learning, I think this will be one of the a more emphatic use of asynchronous learning, meaning that teachers can deploy more content online, lecture type content that typically would consume person time in the classroom. So that'll be sort of a natural trend and outcome of this experience. So as we start to deploy more of those kinds of approaches, I think it starts to create more capacity to do sort of the more typical in-person. But the challenge now is we're trying to do both. We're clinging to some of the old practice while simultaneously implementing new tools. And a lot of the new tools are predicated on the assumption that you would stop doing some of the old things. And unfortunately, the hybrid learning, I think, is a good representation of trying to do both at the same time. It's not sustainable. But I think to your point, once we have an understanding of those tools, from there, we should then think about the use of time and the structure of the calendar and the structure of the day, because those assumptions were built around different communication tools, and those aren't necessarily the tools we have before us today.
Right, agreed. I see Kim and Oliver. Kim, go ahead with your comment or question. No. Oliver, I think your hand is up.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick comment for the secretary. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work, not only of not all of our educators out in the field, but also Mr. Secretary, you and your staff. I mean, these are unprecedented times, and I think personally, I have a lot of respect for the work of your agency during these difficult times, and appreciate the fact that you're having to do sort of your day job on top of the whole COVID response. So I think that's to say that as a board member, we're going to get into this a little bit with some of the data suppression. I appreciate your willingness and ability to engage on sort of a topic that is outside of the realm of COVID, and appreciate that it's the inherent challenge of having to continue to sort of keep day-to-day operations going while you're trying to deal with this pandemic. So I just want to acknowledge that and give my appreciation.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, there's been a lot of hard work. And the interesting thing is education, as you know, it affects so many aspects of our society. And I was remarking the other day in terms of our team and the broader leadership team among our cabinet, The only agency I could think of that hasn't been involved in the education response has been the Department of Labor, but I probably could think about that a little further and find a way to include them. But every single other agency in state government has been directly involved in supporting our schools. It's really is interesting to observe. But I welcome the opportunity to talk about sort of quote unquote more normal issues. It's almost sort of a therapeutic opportunity for us. So I'll look forward to those conversations.
Very good. Any other questions or comments generally for the Secretary? Kim?
Sorry, and I do see Kathy's hand. And now I see Peter's as well. But I did just want to say thank you, Dan. And we've recently locally in Essex Westford talked about essential standards, which is what our teachers are trying to do in the classroom, is sort of get to the basics and make sure that gets done well in these condensed and difficult and challenging times. And was invited to think about how that works at the board level in our communities and what is most essential. And so, taking that up beyond the 30,000 foot level to the agencies level, for our board even to think about what is most essential while we're continuing to ask appropriately for data on numbers of issues. I think that's a good lens for us all to think about. The classroom is working on essential standards to do their best with fewer things in our classrooms. And if at all levels we try and apply that lens to what's most essential and lean into that and not recognize that we probably can't get to our entire list of priorities, it's felt like a somewhat liberating way to look at the work at all levels. Just more of a comment. So thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you, Kim. Kathy, and then Peter.
No, I'm all set. Most of it's been said and answered by now. Thank you.
Okay, and Peter?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Dan, there's a significant need for substitute teachers, and the background checks are taking at least 8 weeks or more. And I know you've tried to address this, but isn't this in a critical period such as we are? Is there any way to expedite this so that the teaching staff is fully complemented?
Yeah, we're working on the piece that we control from the state end, and part of it's been, from the very front end of providing record checks. We've had some local police departments in particular who are involved with substitute checks lose some capacity due to COVID and so forth. So we then reach out to Sheriff's Department and reach out to the state police, and our Department of Safety is involved in sort of assisting us maintaining those services. We also have a prioritization in processing those from the state side. So we put education requests for background sort of at the front end of the queue, if you will. But there are aspects on the federal level when it goes off to that federal database that we don't control, and that's where a part of the delay occurs. But we're doing what we can to expedite our piece of it from the state end.
All right, I think we'd like to move on now to the next item. Those of you who have your hands up, please remember to take them down as we go on to a new topic. Kim, I see your hand. All right, very good. So the next topic is to hear the Secretary's report on the data suppression question that's come before this board off and on since at least June, it would seem, and maybe before. Mr. Secretary, we have your report. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I won't read it, the response to you, but echo John's comments. This is something that's come up a couple times. In my response, I was focusing on two specific questions John had put to me. One was to explain a little more detail about what has changed. We heard, I think in particular, that question raised when Mr. Peltier was speaking before the board. So essentially, I point out, I think, as I have previously, the big issue is the law has changed, and fundamentally at the national level. And we have this issue where we have a rule from the state board, but I also have to implement the state plan under ESSA, and the two aren't necessarily well connected. So that has led to a change. And the report card, as we call it, is sort of and this just went live in 2019, is the first sort of state level accountability reporting that's been done since the No Child Left Behind Act. So that's sort of the disconnect between the rule and what is the federal law. I think what I didn't include here, and I'd add, is that I think you're aware also that state law has changed to a certain extent in that we moved the LEA for accountability from school level to the supervisory union level under Act 46. So there's two questions I'm answering in this written response. That's the first one. And then the second piece is just to provide you an update about, okay, so what are we doing about it? And I'd be happy to go into any of that in more detail.
Very good. Thank you. Just a reminder to board members and guests, please mute your phone, your voice when it is you're not speaking. Are there comments or questions for the Secretary on his report and on this general question? Oliver, I see your hand up. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Chair. I've spent quite a bit of time diving into this issue, and I just wanted to share a few general observations and concerns. And I want to take a step back, first of all, from the detail of the suppression logic. And talk a little bit more about the management of the project and the contract, because I do think perhaps it might be worth taking a look at that to see if there could be opportunities, perhaps some lessons learned for the future. So I asked for and received copies of the original RFP, the contract, various amendments of the contract. I also asked for technical design documentation and details around the test plan and the test cases. And I want to focus a little bit on the sort of the technical design and some of the test cases. And the thing I wanted to put before you, Mr. Secretary, and if you have an immediate response, that would be wonderful, but I wouldn't necessarily expect you to have an immediate response, and perhaps you can delve a little deeper into this. But my first observation was in the contract. It was pretty clear in the contract that the vendor was obligated to produce pretty comprehensive test plan and test cases to go along with as part of the project. So in essence, for those of you who are uninitiated with sort of managing IT projects, you develop a set of your business requirements. What do you want the system to do? There's a system sort of design, more detailed sort of level of information that sort of spells out how the system is going to function. And then there's a test plan that says, how you're going to test the system to ensure that it actually conforms with the detailed requirements and more fun, as well as the sort of the contractual obligations, if you will. And so there was a pretty clear deliverable in the contract to develop a test plan and test cases to go along with that. The test cases essentially are the very detailed steps that a tester, and a tester could be anybody, it could be a layperson, can go through and sort of check off and it's step by step. I'm going to perform this action in the system, and the test case should show you what the expected results are. And the tester's job is to go in, review the steps to conduct the test, and then compare the actual results against the expected results. My concern was so that the contract was clear that, there was supposed to be a test plan, there were supposed to be test cases, and obviously there was supposed to be testing conducted. But when I asked for the test cases, and I was really wanted to see the detailed test cases, because my hope was that would get to really the nuances and the detail of how this data suppression logic is supposed to work, and to validate that it's actually performing as expected. And when I asked for all the test records and the test cases, what I received back were some sort of performance test results. So these are sort of automated test results that just basically ensure that the system is responsive, and when you click on a button, the results come up right away. But there were no test cases or test results for functional testing, and that for me was a bit concerning. And perhaps there's just an oversight, and maybe those records are out there. But when I specifically asked for that information, I was told that it wasn't available. So that leads to a real concern about how much testing was done. Number one, functional testing, and B, what was the criteria to test the system to ensure that it was actually performing as expected, and particularly around some of these really critical details around data suppression. So that, I just want to share, that was a bit of a concern that I noted. The other thing I sort of picked up on was when I looked at the RFP response from the vendor, there was a lot of discussion around data suppression, as required under as a state requirement. But then the vendor went a little further and spoke to data suppression as a means of sort of protecting sort of a statistical integrity, if you will. And there was quite a bit of discussion about that in the RFP. When we get to the actual contracting documents, things were a little bit more vague, and there were references to sort of, we'll figure out the details, we'll work with the agency on the details, but things weren't actually reduced to very concrete, specific, testable criteria that are documented, and that's a concern. And where I'm going with this is I'm a little concerned that the vendor's sort of interest in suppressing data for purposes of protecting sort of the aggregate statistical integrity may lead to suppression of data beyond the sort of the legally required threshold, particularly in Vermont, where our population sizes are so much smaller. And I think somebody, a vendor more accustomed to working with student sizes in the tens of thousands and millions, et cetera, those sorts of statistical considerations, certainly make a lot of sense, but they may not be particularly transferable to a small state like Vermont. So I am concerned that some of that may have crept into the technical design, and however the system was tested and accepted. And again, with the technical design, I did go through the technical design documents. There was a fair amount of documentation around the design of the sort of the look and the feel of the system and the expected actions, if people push various buttons. But I couldn't find any detailed information, or very much detailed information, on the actual suppression logic, and I think that's really the root of the concern that Mr. Pelletier has brought before this board, and I do not have a level of comfort. I've not yet seen any documentation that clearly maps out what that suppression logic was supposed to look like, how it was tested, and how it was actually implemented. So I'll conclude there.
Yeah, I would just add, there's two systems involved too. So I think you gave a fair characterization of the complexity involved. But just to remind the board, you have the longitudinal data warehouse, which has some things going on in terms of ranging data, not just what we call vertical reporting or gathering the data from school districts, but it's also doing some arrangement. And then you have the report card, which is the visualization. Both products very complex. and coming online simultaneously. So just point that out, that there's a whole other dimension of complexity. And my original assessment is that this is probably more, to Oliver's point, more complex than Vermont needs relative to its data needs, which is one of the responses I put in my memo about building out some alternatives for visualization. I don't know if you had a chance to look at what we call the education dashboard. So we're using tools that we can control more dynamically, and this is built with something called Power BI, which is a Microsoft tool that are really, we can have full control of the data arrangements going forward and the visualization, and we know how to create those things and manipulate them as opposed to working through vendors and two very complex platforms.
Mr. Secretary, though, to follow up on Oliver's observation that the suppression, the anomalies in suppression, I'll use that term as a non-judgmental term, but the apparent anomalies in suppression of data in maybe a couple handfuls of school districts or schools frankly is not explained away by changes in ESSA or anything else. It seems to be very particularly according to Oliver, in the algorithms that are used for processing the information, the suppression logic that's built into them. It appears to be. And so the question is, has the agency overseen and gotten into the nitty-gritty of the suppression logic to satisfy itself that these anomalies are in fact appropriate, or has the agency gotten into those details to confirm that these are the results we want?
Yeah, I think, that I was with you up to that last piece about want, because I don't think it's what we want. It's pretty clear based on the feedback. It's not meeting certain public interests in that regard. I think we feel fairly comfortable with the report card platform, that it's working as expected. Once again, not in a judgmental way, just to say it's working as designed. The state longitudinal data system, on the other hand, is one that we've been working hard to get better control over. The original owner of that platform wasn't interested in maintaining that platform anymore. There's intellectual property involved that really prohibits our ability to get at it, to start to unpack some of its data arrangement. With this data collection this summer is the first time we've actually moved that platform to our own hosting environment. And we're in the process of sorting out intellectual property and licensing obligations with the help of the Attorney General's office, so that we can begin to sort of have better ownership of the back end and make changes. So we're not fully there, to your question. I think we are fairly comfortable that we understand the throughput on the report card platform, but not nearly as comfortable on the SLDS platform.
And am I right in thinking that the suppression issues that have been raised, or concerns, are not in connection with the report card, but in connection with the SLDS system?
I think there's a connection between the two that's hard for us to really pin down. So I think it's fair to say it's a connection of both. There's some things happening on the SLDS side that are contributing to the suppression, and the report card essentially digests those arrangements, but then also does some things itself. So it's a very complex sort of path between the two systems.
Yeah, Oliver, is your hand still up, or?
It's up, but Kim's up for, and then I'll go after Kim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Kim, please.
Thank you. I just want to maybe clarify. So the Vermont Education Dashboard has all the data, can be accessed easily, and doesn't have the same suppression issues. Is there a reason why that can't feed into the report card, and that we are otherwise separately trying to manipulate data within the report card that is more easily available through another platform. Isn't the report card just a front-facing capturing of various pools of information?
Yeah, kind of. It's not quite that straightforward because the report card also does some manipulation of the data in its very complex arrangements. But I think it's fair to say what we started 2 years ago was to firstly create a data division at the agency. Part of the challenge was that there was a paradigm of data input should be separated from data output, and the two groups never really connected to a certain extent. There was a lot of cross-pollination, but it wasn't put under a single organizational team. So we created a data division. Dr. Geller, who's presented previously, you might remember her, to sort of bring these things together. And part of that vision is to create a enterprise data solution across state government. The Agency of Education is a big part of that, to basically create a back end from which we can do any kind of visualization we want to do, but we were stuck with this proprietary system, the SLDS, that had a long series of delays, and we have contracting obligations that we have to fulfill. So that's our tool that we have to use right now. It's largely, I think, easy to think about that in terms of being the tool by which we get data from school districts, digest it, sort of like a vacuum cleaner, if you will. We've always had, even under No Child Left Behind Act, you might remember the graphs of adequate yearly progress. We always had sort of this dashboard or sort of place where you could go get more granular information. That was written in some old scripting language and based on an Oracle database platform. So while we've been sort of figuring out SLDS and dealing with that, also figuring out the report card and how those two things come together in the context of new data division, we've had groups of people working with the tools that we can operate fluently, like Power BI, to modernize sort of that older Oracle arrangement of data, sort of the granular thing. So it's kind of like two paths that we do expect people to acknowledge the connections. But as I allude to in my memo, one of our strategies to address this is to deploy tools that are easier for us to control, maintain, and operate, where I can answer very clearly to a board or anyone to say, how did this happen? I can show you where the SQL query is happening in our tables because we control those and we can answer that. Right now, we have a very complex situation that really wasn't well managed overall. That questions and conversations like this help us sort of push that conversation forward to get to greater simplicity and clarity. But it's our hope that we can do more data reporting through sort of the education dashboard, if you will. But we're building that as we fly it. Meanwhile, our bigger time commitment is to these larger platforms.
Oh, thank you. So I see Peter has his hand up, then Oliver, then Bill. Peter?
Oliver preceded me, so I'll follow Oliver.
Okay, Oliver?
Yeah, thanks. So Dan, I just want to acknowledge, this contract, was signed and work commenced before your time. So I just want to acknowledge that, you sort of picked this thing up midstream, the report card at least. But I want to go back. My recollection, and again, there are a lot of documents, so I may be wrong, but my recollection from my review of the documents is that I want to focus on the report card because that's what's generated the concern. But my review of the documents indicated that the report card ingests unsuppressed raw data, and it actually has its own suppression logic, and that logic is used. And more to that point, the report card actually has the ability, from at least based on the requirements and the technical specifications that I reviewed, actually has the ability to show unsuppressed data to authorized users. So there's sort of a public view of the data that employs this suppression logic, and then there's a sort of private internal, presumably AOE view of the data so that authorized users can log in and see unsuppressed data. But it was really clear in the technical specifications that I read that it ingests unsuppressed data. There are some algorithms that sort of flag data that should be suppressed, and then depending on the profile of the user logged in will selectively mask or unmask that data based on that flag that's set at that data. So I want to push back and challenge a little bit. I'm not, unless it's the case that the longitudinal data system is suppressing data and sending over data that is actually not raw data, but the sort of the assumptions of the report card are that it is ingesting unsuppressed raw data, and it has its own suppression logic. And that suppression logic is, from as best I can tell, not well documented. And I guess I'd like to get a clear answer on whether there is there's clear documentation of how that data suppression logic works in the report card, because I've yet to find it. I found some examples. I found references to this sort of construct of suppressing data because it may not be statistically relevant, even if it's not a privacy consideration in the RFP, but it's really not clear what was actually implemented. And I'd like to know if that is in fact the case, that it was not well documented or not documented at all. I'd like to get a clear answer on that, because that seems to be the mystery.
Yeah, it's my understanding. I think there is some arrangement going on in the longitudinal data system. It isn't just coughing up raw data. There's actually elaborate arrangements going on to the extent they interact with suppression or not. I think, what I'd say it would be useful to have the board hear from our data scientists on some of these things in more detail. I think also I'm unaware of any credentialing or security that allows people to see unsuppressed data in the report card. What I think you're referring to, particularly as it pertains to SBAC results, is the SBAC portal itself, which is contracted out to another entity called AIR. School districts can go into that portal and see their unsuppressed information, but I don't believe there's a security layer, meaning an account that privileges someone to see data differently, not to my knowledge. But I think to follow up with that, I'd have Wendy come back and give you more detail on that. We have a couple folks that could walk you through some of these more specific things.
And that was my final question or point. As I was a little bit sort of concerned as I was going through a lot of the contracting documents, and I reviewed sort of the formal acceptance documents, and I sort of took note of some of the individuals who were signing off at various stages of the project. And I could have missed something, but I don't recall seeing Wendy sort of anywhere in the mix. So that, given how much, how data centric this is, it just struck me as very odd that her fingerprints weren't anywhere on this project.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we created a division to sort of put someone over it, because there are a lot of moving parts. And just to be clear, my disposition on this, I'm dissatisfied with the product. I would say I think it's also overly complex for a state of our size. The data, we should be using data more emphatically in our policy creation as a state, and parents should have ready access to that. Citizens like Mr. Peltier should have ready access to that. So it's not a product I am satisfied with by any means. But in terms of, the second part of my memo, what should we be doing about it? There are some legal sort of regulatory things I think we should sort out. I have obligations to follow the ESSA plan as it is. I have obligations to implement contracts with vendors, and trying to untangle that is complex. I think that has taken us time. I think we've created the right organizational structures to start dissecting this. But simultaneously, the Vermont Education Dashboard, I think, is symptomatic of something we can do as a state to have much more simpler, full control sort of arrangements of data that would be much more useful. So it's been very challenging dynamic, but I just say the conversations like this help propel the whole thing forward.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Board members, we're running a little bit over on this, but so I see two hands up. Peter and then Bill.
Thank you. This seems to be so much of a pre-COVID-19 discussion, and I'm just kind of wondering, in so much as Danny, you look like you're in a traditional classroom, and we do not have a traditional system as such at this point, and who knows whether we are going to get one or what it's going to be like after we get out of this epidemic. So my question is, how does this all apply to what may be the new reality and what we're going to be confronting, and how are your resources at AO are applied for such? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. We have to simultaneously sort of dig us out of the hole we're in, and we have a technical deficit. We have old tools. We have new tools. We have a lot of pieces to the puzzle. I'm going to share in the link here in the chat area an example of a good visualization product we've been working on with what we call the COP Center. SEAs, like the agency, have a support from the federal government in the form of these sort of regional centers. And we've been working on a data visualization tool for pre-K, which I think is really a good example of what we can do with that. I'll put that in the chat in a minute. But I think, to make the data more useful is our goal, and we're going to have incredible needs to meet post-COVID in terms of, once again, intervening or reacting to what essentially is now going to be an education emergency for this generation of kids. And we have to have data to support that decision making, and I think it's critically important that the public can rely on the state, and particularly the agency, to produce defendable quality data to inform that decision making. So it's a very important piece of our overall strategy. And I think hopefully we'll make some progress on that. It's between the tools that we have available to us and the scale of our state, we should have very transparent and useful data tools for folks.
Thank you. Bill Mathis, you have a comment or question?
Just a comment, and we can go on since we're running a little late. I feel like this is a little bit of dealing with Brigadoon as it floats in and out of the mess. And that I don't have a real good feeling about the template, or know what's there, or what's collected, and what kind of shape, and how this thing is going to be ultimately used. So I guess I'm just relaying some frustration there.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Just real quick, the other thing I'd mention about ESSA plan corrections, part of the dynamic there is political. It's not clear to us yet what Congress is, sort of with the new administration, what their disposition will be towards ESSA and state plans. So we do participate with our other states around the country in sort of assessing sort of the political trajectory of ESSA and where our accountability program will be going. As I mentioned in my memo, anything we do in that line, I will involve the board perhaps more directly than it was previously on this topic. I think a big question that's emerging now is to what extent we'll do testing in the spring or not. So I just put that on your radar. If you haven't already seen that in the media, there was no testing in SBAC last spring. It's becoming sort of an important policy conversation right now, whether it should be conducted in this spring. So just I'll provide you further updates on that, but I just put that on your radar right now.
Okay. Oliver, one last quick comment, question.
Yeah, sorry, it came off. I just sent the secretary an example. I mean, I did find in that Battelle for Kids part of their design documentation, they clearly had a section on viewing unsuppressed data, which I just sent over to you, Dan. So.
Very good. Thank you. Board members, it's 10:42. We are scheduled to resume at 10:50 to take a break now. But let's resume at 11 o'clock. We can take 10 minutes out of item J. We can shorten that a little bit. So it's break time. Be back here, please, at 11 o'clock sharp. As you move away from your desks, it's nice if you can turn your camera off, and then I'll see you at 11. Thank you very much. I just want to thinking about the presentation by Anelita and Sabina, and I want to acknowledge and thank Kim Gleason for her spontaneous and kind work with our student members. I think, Kim, you've been a great help to our young student members, and I'm grateful to you for your sponsorship and support of them. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure, by the way.
Yeah. So the next topic is I think I have to begin by saying this is not a really ripe for action topic. It's not, I have not found a way yet to present this to you in a way that clearly calls for action. But here's what's at issue. Occasionally in the past, sometimes the board, but not in the recent past, the board has drafted its own proposed budget and then presented that to the agency, which has incorporated it into the agency's overall budget. Let me back up still further. The board's budget is a part of the agency's budget, even though the board is not part of the agency is not part of the board. We're two totally separate entities. But at one time, as you know, we were all conjoined at the hip until about the year 2012 when the two were separated. And so I suppose this budgeting / money arrangement is a vestige from those times. And in any case, that's sort of how it is, and until the legislature determines otherwise, or maybe the secretary determines otherwise, our budget gets processed as a piece of the agency's budget. So the conversation here is a two-piece part. One is about our budget, and I just wanted to get in front of you the basic data about our budget over the last couple of years and see if from that there's any thoughts or conversations about how it ought to be for the coming fiscal year. And then the second part is about the agency's budget. Bill Mathis, who has great institutional memory, recalls that the statute requires that the board shall review the agency's budget before it is presented to the governor. And the statute, as it happens, also says that the secretary shall present his budget to the board before it's presented to the governor. So in any case, there has been this longstanding statutory obligation that the board reviews the agency's budget. I think it's been an off and on kind of thing. Sometimes the boards have done that in the past, and to my knowledge, in recent times, the board has not. So I wanted to essentially broaching both of these topics to you. Certainly in the former topic, that is the board's own budget, that ought to be, quite candidly, the board's own determination as to what it feels it needs for financial resources in order to conduct its business for 12 months. The matter of the review of the budget, Dan and I have chatted about this briefly, is I think he has a different perspective on it than we might, and we should have that conversation. But let me just walk you through a little bit of and again, I apologize, and I take responsibility. The documents have gotten to you pretty late. Sometimes some of them only perhaps this morning or last night. And I forgive and understand if none of you have had a chance to absorb them. But let me just summarize for you that the board's annual budget has varied from around 70,000 to almost 100,000 over the last several years. The variance, the high end, which was in fiscal 2019, basically was driven by the expenses associated with the board's work on Act 46 and developing a state plan. You may recall the board went all around the state, conducted hearings. We had twice as many meetings, a lot of travel. We also had a lot of legal costs associated with having a legal counsel representing the board in what was a very complex and productive period for the board. That was, and so that pushed the budget up around 97,000. Actual spending was around 91,000. we've underspent our budget pretty much every year. No matter what the budget was, we seem to manage to stay under it. And in the most recent year, our original budget was that is to say, for the current fiscal year, fiscal 2021, our budget was initially 81,000, and we reduced it by 10,000 or so in response to the governor's request that every agency of state government find savings due to the economic impacts of COVID-19. That was in September, and so we cut our budget back. And I haven't any doubt that we'll be able to stay under even our reduced budget, mainly because our travel expenses are zilch. It even shows up in our expenses for the RETN service, the online video, because their travel costs are reduced as well. So it's quite clear that we'll be able to stay within our budget of this year, $70,000. Were it not for COVID, though, it would need to have been at least 80,000. And some significant changes in the budget. When you have time, you can take a look at I've had Maureen has sent to you sort of budget summaries for the preceding 3 years, just so you can get some time perspective. A key change is that the $20,000 that the board used to spend on a membership in NASB, that being a quarter of our entire budget, we don't do that anymore. We've dropped out of NASB, and we have reassigned those funds for legal representation. And, frankly, we've had to turn to outside lawyers a fair amount. In any case where there's an appeal of the secretary's action that the board has to hear, then we have to have our own attorney. The agency's attorney cannot advise the board since the agency is a party to the action. That won't be probably necessary in the case of a school approval, but it certainly was necessary in the case of a rate setting question. Was necessary in the case of the hearing with regard to an educator's license that took place early this year. So the thought I had when I sort of reassigned that $20,000 was that we'll have a lot of legal services to buy, and we need to have the resources to do so. I just don't, like as I said, I don't think this is ripe for a decision or action on your part. It's unfair to sort of spring all this stuff on you in the last 3 days before the meeting. I think I would welcome any thoughts you have, just based on what I've said or what you've read, and then I'll come back to you with a proposal of where we might go next. Anybody have any comments on what I've said or what you've seen about the board's budget? I want to just say, by the way, that Dan has been very cooperative about this and has urged and encouraged me to engage the board and for the board to take more ownership of its budget than the board has in the past. I'm still not precisely clear what I want to come back to you. Oh, Jen, I think you have your hand raised. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
Please.
okay. I was just curious, what is the advertising expense?
Good question. I should know that. Maureen, what typically is that about? Can you tell us?
My guess would be for secretary searches and advertising for that on a national level. I can't think of anything else that would be advertising at this point.
Yeah.
Good question.
I do recall that there were fairly substantial expenses for advertising at that time. you can see in the 2019 budget, which was, I think, would have been the right time for that. But in general, I think that's the only answer we have for you. Peter, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. Is part of the discussion or concern about whether we're going to be independent in our budget, or are we still going to be coupled? We're still going to be coupled with this with the agency. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's no plan to separate our budget from the agency's budget. I think perhaps Dan and I might have a conversation further about who speaks for the agency before the General Assembly and the budget committees, who speaks for the board, I'm sorry, before the General Assembly about our budget. In the past, it's just been, because it's been part of the agency's budget, it's been spoken for usually, or probably quite incidentally, because it's such a small amount. Remember, the agency's budget's about $30 million for their direct budget of their operations. So our little $80,000 piece is, nobody spends much time worrying about that. So I think we might have a conversation in the future, Peter, about having the board speak for itself about its own budget before the money committees, in a way that's up to them, I think, as to whether they want to be hearing from yet another entity, but that's something to be sorted through. But in any case, this conversation about what our budget, what should be the size of our budget, is only that. What is its, how much should it be? It's not to change how it gets presented in the agency's budget or in the governor's budget. That goes to the whole question of further separation between the agency and the board, which is really probably a legislative matter. Any other comments or questions? Kathy Lavoie. Do you have your hand up, Kathy? No. Okay. So I will come back to you in a more orderly way, I hope, with better advance notice, to make to you a proposal for what we would propose to the agency would be our budget for fiscal 2022. If that's, yes, Kim.
Thank you so much for doing that. And I guess if I could confirm, we're not separating budgets, but also we're not being like billed back for the support we received from Maureen or Emily or otherwise. And so to the extent we continue this, this relationship in this format, and we look at just ours without bill backs, if we were to separate out, I would think that we want to anticipate if we were to continue to lean on the resources of the agency, there'd be bill backs. So I just raised that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the services provided to us by the agency are not only very, very helpful and responsive, but they're valuable. Well, probably I would reckon they have a value of twice what our current budget is, just winging it. I mean, it's significant. The statute says that the board shall have staff who reports to the board. We're not in compliance with the statute in that regard, since I don't give orders to any agency staff. It's all requests, and they are, when they're able, they are very responsive. But those are, you're right, we're not talking about changing here in this conversation. We're not at all talking about changing our reliance upon the agency's staff support of the board. Kathy Lavoie, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I apologize. I have a delay, apparently. My concern is, as is yours, I'm sure, the amount of money that we could ever guess we might need to spend for legal. It seems like that drawdown in looking at it has been more substantial in more recent years, and that may not change. And I'm wondering, and that's usually in response to an appeal by the decision of the secretary, is there any direct correlation, any way that we can find a proportion of a formula there on based upon what the Department of Agency of Education spends for legal? While understanding, of course, that they have a whole lot of other legal stuff possibly outside of our realm, but I just concerned that the way we're headed, that we may never be able to guess exactly how much that budget should need to be.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's very difficult to estimate that. And you're correct in your observation that it has changed in the last several years. With Act 46, it was the first time in some time, I think, that the board had substantial outside legal obligations. And then we've had a whole bunch of continuing, comparatively small, but continuing needs for legal services. Keep in mind, though, that when the secretary is not a party to a quasi-judicial proceeding, that is to say, he's not one side or the other, then we're able to rely upon the agency's own attorneys, and we do. The agency's attorneys, as you know, provide a huge amount of valuable assistance to us. To just think about all the work that has been done for us in the question of Halifax by Donna, by Emily, on a half dozen major topics, including developing new rules. So we already get a great deal of valued legal assistance from the agency. There are just some times when the agency is out of bounds and can't provide it to us because the agency itself is a party to the proceeding. For example, an appeal of the secretary's decision is invariably going to mean that the board has to have its own attorney. But you're right, it's hard to forecast, and I'm just going to try to develop a sort of a logic algorithm for doing so. And I will present to you a budget for the next meeting for your consideration and your adoption, which would then mean we send it to the secretary, and unless there's something really problematic or outrageous about it, the secretary, I presume, would incorporate it as part of his budget recommendation to the governor. Is that fair to say, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, I would endeavor to do that. We'll do that as best I can. And it's just thinking it's a very dynamic situation this year with COVID. You know, we are under an accelerated timeline. When's the board's meeting? Next meeting?
14th or 16th of December.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, good, thank you. So the second, if that's all right with you, we'll leave it there. So the second piece is the piece about the board shall review the agency's budget. I mean, it's one of our assigned duties, one of our enumerated duties as a state board. That said, and Bill I thank you, Bill, for reminding us of that. That much said, I would acknowledge and point out that there is a pretty long list, it's about as long as this arm, of duties that the board has as prescribed in statute, and we don't do them all. I'm not defending or excusing that, but in fact, in the legislative proposal that went to Senate Education and was passed by the Senate. Our duties have been significantly reduced in that proposal because either we weren't doing them or they really were more things that the secretary ought to be doing than we. So that's just by way of saying that just because it's in this long as your arm list of the duties of the board, it's worth knowing that we don't always do the things that we're supposed to do. Now, Bill has raised this question, and it's a good one. Well, what about the budget? And and the statute is pretty clear that the board shall review the agency's budget, and it says before the agency submits it to the governor. Just to back up, the process is the agency formulates its own budget, which includes our piece, and then it presents that to the governor, who, of course, his agency of administration and others are free to make changes in the agency's budget however they see fit, since, after all, it is the governor's budget. And it is he who presents it to the General Assembly. So it has to conform with his expectations and requirements. So just those are some of the constraints. I see Dan would like to say something, and then Oliver.
Just on the statute, Mr. Chair, it doesn't say before. It says the review and comment on an agency budget prepared by the secretary for the governor. There's no before in there.
You're correct. Prepared by the and then you might under the secretary. There's also language. You might take a look at that, and that also emphasizes that we're to be looking at the agency's budget, not the governor's budget. And so the question gets to be, how do we go about that? Dan, you had some, well, Oliver, you had, I guess you wanted to, that was your point as well, Oliver. Is that
correct? Yeah.
Thank you. So while we're talking, maybe one of you can take a look at the secretary's duties and what's provided there. Oh yeah, here it is. It says the secretary shall prepare a budget for the agency and submit it to the governor after review by the state board. So that's another way of saying before. That's your duties, not ours. But Dan, I think when we talked about this, you had some reservations about this.
Well, yeah, not so much about the statutory obligation. I think our conversation, for me, I was struggling a bit on the timing of it. My experience to date is that it's a very dynamic process. So I think our conversation was like, well, once this thing is final that I submit to the governor, that thing, if it's final, could we interject a moment in accordance with the statutory responsibility of the board comment on that? In my experience is that's very dynamic process right up until the moment the governor gives a budget address. So I could give you sort of a draft, if you will, a pretty solid final draft to review, but I couldn't promise that's the final draft because it's not necessarily final until it's final, so to speak. And that when we were talking, I think then to lay that down on what is the board's schedule, albeit the board could schedule a special meeting for that purpose. I wouldn't have a final draft for that December meeting. I certainly would have one for the January meeting or something close to it in terms of being stable. So if that's something the board, in terms of a work calendar, would expect in a January meeting to review the final and comment on the final draft of the agency's budget, I think the January meeting is probably the time when that could be done. Anything before that would be sort of draft, which I'm happy to share, but.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up here.
Sorry, you did.
That's all right. I just can't help but wonder, then what? So we review it. Is there any authority there for any suggestions that we might make? right? There is not. And certainly if it isn't at the secretary's level, then I'm sure we don't have much authority when the governor reviews it either, right?
Well,
So,
heck, the secretary doesn't either, so.
So I just wonder, I mean, I know it's written in statute that we should. Where is that mandate in the list of things that we propose for potential changes of what the State Board of Ed does? And is it still on the list? I apologize. I should know everything that we discussed, but.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to say I can't remember whether that was left in among the board's duties. Dan, do you remember? No.
I don't think we got that far. We were mostly, I think, looking at regulatory requirements.
Yeah. We were primarily concerned about rules and peeling off some of the rules to reside where they more properly should be, i.e. to the agency. I think the answer to your question is that this is theoretically advisory, but certainly the board has no authority to influence or change the budget of the agency. None at all. It used to, but not anymore.
And to that point, I guess, I mean, I'm certainly all for taking it on and reviewing it, but that if we continue to do it, that we do it completely and thoroughly. You know, for us to have that requirement and then just always give a rubber stamp, and I'm not presuming that's what's been happening. I'm just saying that is not anything that I personally could condone, because therefore it builds this facade around the fact that we've reviewed it, we've reviewed it thoroughly, and we've given comment that should be taken seriously. So just a comment, my feelings.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is not like our input is determinative of anything. So you might say, so why bother? And that's a fair question. I think one answer to that question is that we learn a lot from this. And if you sit down with the 200-page budget document and give it an hour or two of your attention, you're going to come away knowing a lot more about what happens inside the agency and who the people are and where the resources are going than most of us know now. There's some utility in that. Not, again, because we have any authority over what the agency does or how it does it. None at all. But for the benefit of our own education, I think that there's some utility in that. Bill Mathis, you have a comment. Bill, you're muted.
Okay. I think the real question here is the independence of our own budget process more so than following through with the agency. I think the oversight piece is essential, but it's not as essential as having the independent budget. If we're going to be a quasi-judicial and quasi-independent group who gives unbiased advice, we have to have some independence to do so.
Thank you, Bill. Are there any comments or reactions to that? Kim?
No, it wasn't necessarily in reaction to Bill's comment, although I would agree. I was just going to suggest that the time taken would be valuable only if we were to, not engage in a line item review of the budget, but rather have a broader understanding of sort of the values that are driving the budget, the big cost implication items, that type of 30,000-foot overview might be beneficial, not as much as an exercise as a way to get that type of message to Vermonters through the State Board of Ed, if that's important. I see that as being more beneficial than us asking Dan to put something together for our own purposes as education if we aren't going to impact that. So if there's a value to the broader conversation around the values and the cost drivers, I think that's a worthwhile agenda item. And otherwise, I think probably not.
Thank you. And Jenna?
Sorry. I think, as Kim was saying, if there was something kind of a larger themes, but in a narrative, like how are these matching the goals and objectives of the AOE? Like, and then we became kind of proficient in our understanding of where the resources are being allocated. I think that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I hear that. I think that those are good thoughts. Dan, what's your? I mean, one thing is that we need to be careful at a very busy time in the budget process and for Dan to avoid placing, burdens upon the agency or the secretary. But I think Jenna and Kim have both framed a utility in a public conversation in a way that might serve your purposes, Mr. Secretary, in the sense of it being a kind of opportunity for you in a public setting to explain where you're driving the agency as expressed through budget changes. Do you see utility in that?
Yeah, I think when we were brainstorming the other day, what because I'm interested in efficiency and not having to replicate work, I think what I've done in the past is make the same presentation to the board that I'd make to the finance committees in the legislature. So it's, a PowerPoint with sort of those framing questions and then the major variations and structural changes in the budget. Of course, that, once again, that wouldn't happen prior to the budget address of the governor. So that's sort of the challenge there. But I think, I'm just brainstorming. January meeting, I certainly could share with you a summary of the budget fairly easily. I'm trying to think of an annual work cycle to build in so we don't miss that. But then when we get into sort of framing that in a larger political context, to do that likewise with the board, to your point, Chair, about Mr. Chair, about taking advantage of the public opportunity, but also equipping the board with information so we can follow an advocacy role inside the legislative process itself.
Yeah. And you do make a fairly substantial presentation to the money committees, probably in late January, early February. You probably, I don't know how you feel about this, would rather grant them the courtesy of hearing it first. I don't know. You can think that through.
Yeah, no, I don't think that it's a question of timing. I think, once it's done, it's out, and we tend to do it repetitively over and over again, and then we meet with individual legislators because they're parsing a lot of information as they go through the budget. So usually, even within committees, there's a couple people assigned to specific sort of delve into things in more detail. So I think as long as it's in that same time frame, I'd be happy to share it with you simultaneously with the legislature. It's a public product. It's not a problem.
Board members, Bill, your hand is up. Do you wish to speak again?
No, I'll take it down.
Thank you. So board, let's see, is Kathy, is your hand up? No. Okay. Is there sort of a consensus emerging here along the lines that we do think there's learning value for the board, as well as an opportunity because to communicate through the board to the public about the agency's budget and what drives it, what shapes it. And so to that extent, it's worth receiving from the Secretary a presentation that gives us, if you will, kind of the architecture of the budget and what shapes it, and how it's changing, over time. And that the notion would be that the Secretary the Secretary's presentation to us would be, number one, at the time that is convenient and appropriate for him, And number two would be based upon work that he's going to be doing anyway in preparing presentations for legislative committees and individual legislators. Is that what I'm hearing as a sentiment among the board with regard to the agency's budget? Bill's question about independence of the board and the board's budget is a separate matter. Mr. Secretary, did I just characterize something in a way that makes sense to you?
Yes, I think the utility piece is really a good focus.
Okay. And Jenna and Kim, you both shaped this conversation. Does that sound okay? Others? Jen, Oliver, Sabina, Anelita, Bill, Peter? Okay. Then I think by consensus, I don't think we need to act or vote on this. By consensus, we will try to move in this direction. That probably means January or at least February, I imagine, for you, Mr. Secretary, to tell me when you want to block out an hour to walk us through this. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
Good. Thank you. Thank you all. Good conversation. And I will get back to you on the board's budget question. Now, I'm just going to get back to you about numbers. We can have the conversation that Bill wants to have about independence and whatever that means, and related questions, which are essentially, I think, policy/political. What I want to get affirmation from you on is at our December meeting, I want us to come out of the meeting with a recommendation to the Secretary as to what the board's budget should be for fiscal 2022. Okay, so I'll do the homework on that. And if any of you have further thoughts for me about what ought to be or not be in the budget or provided for, please send it to me. Okay, very, very good. Thank you all for that. It's time now. How are we doing on time? Well, we're a little bit behind schedule. We're up for item K. Emily Simmons and Megan Roy. I saw Megan earlier. There she is. Welcome to the meeting, Megan. Thank you so much for joining us. And Emily, are you on board?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you're always available. Thank you. So we are at your disposal.
Morning, Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. Megan and I are here to give you an update on the progress of the 2200 independent school rules. The draft still sits with me at the agency. I'm still drafting, but I have been working with a working group. I've talked to the board about that before. We've continued to meet, and I've made 2 presentations to the advisory group at their September and October, or October and November meetings, more accurately. So we're moving along nicely. We can be, I believe, ready when the board is ready and ahead of schedule, if that's what you want to do, on initiating rulemaking because of the stakeholder process that we're using. We had a meeting yesterday with the working group, which includes representatives from independent schools and special education administrators, and the secretary and me. And we still think we're pretty close to a draft that everyone agrees on. My next step is to meet individually with a couple of the representatives on the working group one-on-one so that we can iron out language on a few points. Then I'm expecting that the advisory group will ask me to present the consensus draft at their December meeting. And it's Megan's purview as chair, so I'll let you take it from there, Megan.
Sure. I don't have a lot to add. Yes, it's the hope of the advisory group to look at it in December if it's ready. Actually, the advisory group has seen a pretty substantive draft. As Emily said, there's still some changes being made. We had a little bit of a conversation last month because it's not a final draft yet. The group wasn't ready to fully adopt it, but there have not been there have not been significant issues or concerns or questions raised. That doesn't mean that there won't be at the December meeting, but that's how the process has looked so far. I think people have appreciated the work done by a smaller group because that makes for a more efficient meeting and conversation.
I guess a question to you is, and to the board, board, in many ways, this is a replication of the process that we have been through and are still working our way toward the end of with regard to 1300 and 2360. So almost all of you were present for some or all of that, and so you know what that looked like. And it was a pretty long process, and seemed to have a hard time getting to the end. But of course we did, and we did comparatively little. Emily and the agency and Megan and the advisory group did a ton of work. So it's not unreasonable to expect that 2200 will be not unlike that. A question that occurs to me is there a utility, this is to both of you, Emily and Megan, is there utility in the board, rather than having the whole board involved all the way along in this process in next year, is there utility in the board forming a Rule 2200 committee of 2 or 3 board members who not only address the questions that have arisen from Act 173, but also any other questions that might bear upon Rule 2200 that have accumulated over time. You'll recall there was an attempt to do a major revision to 2200, and that attempt collapsed for a variety of reasons. But some of the issues that attempt was seeking to respond to remain. I can just give you an example. The process we employ for evaluating an independent school to ascertain if it meets the conditions for approval, that process is not as strong as it could be, I think would be one way to put it. It could be that the board would like to address that process. I'm not saying this is a done deal. I'm only saying that the board might wish to consider that process and strengthen it. The conditions themselves. An example is that the conditions that are used as a test for approving an independent school don't really speak very clearly to the residential component of a school. They speak almost entirely to the academic characteristics of the school, but a fair number of the independent schools in Vermont are residential also. It could be that the board would wish to have some of those matters better addressed in its own rules. Now, it may well be, by the way, that we would not be able to make significant changes in rules about things like that without legislative authorization to do so, but which is fine. I mean, that's something to discover and then to bring those recommendations to the General Assembly if need be for such changes. I guess what's motivating me here is realizing that if past is prologue, and it usually is, that when we get to the public comment period, we're very likely to hear comments upon other needed changes in in Rule 2200 that were not addressed by or motivated by Act 173, and that were not addressed in the draft that we'll be receiving as a result of the work of the agency and the advisory group. And then those may come at us, just as MTSS and adverse impacts and all those things have come at us since their work on 1300 and 2360. So I'm sort of thinking out loud here, and forgive me for being long-winded about this, but this causes me to wonder if the board shouldn't proactively take a look at what other, if any other, changes to the rules ought to be implemented in concert with the changes that are mandated by 173. I'll give you another illustration, if I may. Our attorney, Mr. Belcher, observed that the provisions in statute that created this authority of the board to form an investigative team in the event of a question of financial capacity. He observed that there may be some mismatch between that authority and the board's usual authorities, which do not include investigation. Just as we discussed earlier this morning, the board is not an investigative body, and yet that provision appears to create us as one. And so there might be a need for some reconciliation about that language. And in fact, our rules say nothing about that provision, since the rules haven't been modified in 10 years, and that provision was adopted by the legislature only 2 years ago. So there are a number of updatings and reconciliations that the board might wish to incorporate. There's this train moving through called 2,200 changes due to 173. And the question is, do you want to hop on that train and make some other changes? And if you do, then I think the way to move forward on that best is to appoint a committee of board members who would take that on behalf of the board. Kim is smiling, and Oliver has his hand raised. Oliver.
Yes, I think it is a good opportunity. We know these rules are certainly due for some updates. We've had recent experiences that show that we certainly need some clarity in a few areas. And I think the board, after going through that very contentious process several years ago, learned a lot. And I think has a better appreciation for its role vis-a-vis rulemaking versus lawmaking, which are related but two different things. And I think the board has a better sense of its parameters that it needs to operate within, and it doesn't have the ability to override the legislature. I think that was a failure of the board in the past. So I think with that experience, and I think coupled with some more recent experiences that show that we do need to make some changes and to get a better understanding of the APA process in general. I think the board, and knowing that, as there's turnover with the board, we're in a good place right now where I think everybody on the board has a clear understanding of our remit and what our responsibilities are and the constraints that we need to work within and how we can best sort of make the necessary changes in a responsible way.
Thank you. Bill Mathis, you have a comment or question?
Yes. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Being part of that wonderful history that Oliver was talking about there, I have some scar tissue to show for that. I think that we should proceed somewhat carefully in that we should take a peek under the lid of Pandora's box to see what's there and make sure that we have a size of a chunk that we can deal with, not the entire thing. So I think we should go forward. We should look into the bigger issues, but we should be quite careful in how we proceed.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Kim.
Thank you. I appreciate the wisdom of the scar tissues. So thank you for reflecting on that as one who wasn't there for the time. I think it's probably within our responsibility to, once the rules are open and knowing how onerous the process is, make certain that it reads as current and that larger egregious
issues that may not be current either with the law or even maybe technical corrections are taken up when we are in the process. I feel like it's our responsibility. I don't know that we have to go looking for trouble, but I think we shouldn't be ignoring that which should be updated because we just don't want to have to reopen or feel as though we've not done it while we could have and should have. And that doesn't mean we make law, but we should make sure we're reading to be in compliance with current law. And I feel like that's our responsibility. And I do feel like I'm not exactly sure how to interpret the Pandora's box because I don't know what we'd find in opening that box with those lenses. But I think we are making a decision as a board how we approach these things each time we approach it by the decision we make on this. I think it's the right thing to do, but I don't think we would, in doing that, have an ability to say, oh, we don't want to deal with that one, but we are going to deal with this one. So I caution us to think about what parameters we put on how we approach it when we take a look at it more broadly. And I would also guess, and Megan, you can probably speak to this, that the guidance from the advisory group is under the purview of Act 173 because that's their charge. So if we have other areas that need support and additional information, we might look to our legal budget or wherever, the agency, we may need to look to other resources and not expect that comes from the advisory group.
Absolutely.
That was the only comment that I would make is that we've worked hard to keep the scope of the advisory group to, and it's less a workload issue and more a what is actually relevant to implementing 173, which is what the charge of the advisory group is. So,
right. Yeah, and I, as you were sitting there, Megan, I was watching your face and thinking, I'll bet she's thinking, God, don't derail my work or burden this project with a whole bunch of other problems. And fair enough. And I think that it is imperative that we not in any way allow our separate concerns about 2200 to slow down or interfere in any way with the good work that's going on right now. But what I guess what I'm rather thinking to you all is that we know from experience that after a proposal is agreed to by the board and put into the ICAR process or the APA process, and you get to the public comment period, suddenly all kinds of stuff comes out of the woodwork that folks say, you know what, you really need to fix this too. And I think we know many of what those very issues are. And it probably behooves us to get ahead of the curve and say, yeah, we agree, even though it's not a 173 thing, we're ready to add this language to it. I could see that this doesn't have to be, if we do this right and get on it pretty fast, it would not slow down the timeline that you folks have developed. Emily, help me on this. Did the timeline get sent around to everybody?
No.
Okay. I thank you for developing it, and it looks fine to me. Megan, have you had a chance to look at the timeline and see what you all think about it? No. Then let's not distribute it to the board until Emily, you and Megan and the advisory group have looked at it and are satisfied with it. All right, I need to shut up and let some people talk. Jennifer.
I would just support the idea of, as we get into the rule, to not turn a blind eye to things that need to be updated along the way. I think it's prudent, and even though I'm new to the board, my sense is that there are rules that need to be updated, and this is a rather time-consuming process. So I'd rather do it all at once and do it well the first time around, and not just half do it and then have to come back and do it again.
Yeah. And Oliver, your hand is up.
Yeah. So just returning to Bill's comment about the scar tissue, the board, one way that the board's in a really different place than it was from several years ago is at the time when 2200 was considered and it generated a great deal of controversy. There was absolutely nobody on the board that hailed from a community that tuitioned its students to independent schools. So for those communities, there was a real feeling that they had no voice in the process. That coupled with, I'll be blunt about it, the chair of the board at the time, to me, had relayed to me very explicitly while I was a legislator, that his objective was to engineer the rules in such a way that they would effectively end public tuition dollars going to independent schools. So, there were a lot of things going on. It was a very heated time period. I think as a board, the way we're constituted, I think we have a really good mix of people from small communities, large communities that send their students to public schools, communities that send their kids to a mix of independent and public schools, some communities that only send to independent schools. So I think where I'm going with this is that I think there's going to be a much greater trust from the public in the process and the eventual outcome.
Thank you, Oliver. Peter, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Having had direct dealings with the board, state board, since, for 14 or 16 years, I got to say that there's everybody on the board currently is well worth their salt and has background in education, which hasn't always been the case. So I just want to thank everybody because you have contributed a lot to this, and I think it strengthens our state board to have quality leadership. So I'm just saying that because that hasn't always been the case. That's just from coming from me personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Bill, your hand is up. Is that a new hand or?
It's been overtaken by events.
That's the story of our lives, Bill. Okay, this has been a good conversation, and I thank Emily and Megan for bearing with us while we find our way here. And we thank you both for the good and seemingly harmonious collaboration that's going on. And we don't want to get in the way of that in any way. So I guess we leave it with you that maybe, as I say, you folks can be coordinated on the timeline. And if you want to see any changes in it, make the changes, please, and then send that back to me and I'll share it with the board. So we understand two things: where the boards as a whole, the committee of the whole, where we stand and where we need to be ready to respond to your proposals. And second, where we can fit in a special separate committee that would work in parallel, separately, and not on the issues you're grappling with, not at all. I think we have to be very clear that this committee that the board would put together to address 2200 rules would not touch the stuff that Emily and the advisory group are dealing with. If the board has concerns about what Megan and Emily and the advisory group are doing, we will develop and express those concerns as a committee of the whole in the process, just like we did with 1300 and 2316. That makes sense to everybody? No problems with that. Kim, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you answered it. I was wanting to understand, even perhaps before the timeline, what resources are available to look under the hood and see if there are other looming issues. And it sounds like that will be determined with a subcommittee, or I didn't know where we look for that guidance. It wouldn't necessarily be obvious to me as just a regular school board member.
Here's what I would suggest as a process. I would propose to contact a few of you and see about your willingness to serve on such a committee, and appoint 2 or 3 of you to serve on such a committee. At our December meeting, I would ask the board to ratify those appointments and formally appoint you as a committee of the board, so you are subject to all the open meeting law rules and all of that. And I would attempt to facilitate a discussion with the board as a committee of the whole of what do we see as some of the outstanding kind of loose ends or things that need to be fixed up or updated or simply are really crummy and need to be fixed with Rule 2200 as it stands now. That would be sort of a laundry list. I think the committee would then have to stand back and say, well, we can't do all of that, but here are our priorities, and then you bear down on that. As far as staffing assistance, I think we have to ask the agency what it has available. I mean, I think that they're stretched pretty thin, as it is just providing staff support in connection with the 173 mandated changes to Rule 2200. My thought is that if we needed legal assistance and the agency was just stretched too thin, I wouldn't hesitate to retain an outside attorney to assist you if the committee felt that that was needed. So I mean, if we're going to do it, I don't think we want to be held back by resource limitations. Obviously, the agency has enormous expertise, and so it would be ideal if they could be involved. But I think there are limits as to what we can ask of them at this time. So that's the process I would propose, and so we would have a conversation at the next meeting that would sort of give at the end of it, the committee would walk away with a consensus list of things that ought to be looked at and maybe priorities about them. And then it'd be up to the committee to decide what it'll take on and maybe report back to us with a timeline for their work. That sound okay? Megan and Emily, I'm sorry you've had to sit through what wasn't so much about your work, but I guess it's better that you heard it firsthand, that the board is up to something. And I want to thank you both for the work you've done on this, and I'm delighted that things seem to be going pretty darn well, which is perhaps a surprise to you as well as it is to me. Thank you. Do you have any final things you'd like us to hear from you?
No, thanks very much.
Thanks for being available to us, both of you. Board members are at 12:04, not so bad for us. We're at the end of our morning work. Covered a lot of ground, thank you. So let's do our best. We can eat into item L a little bit. We're due back at 12:30. Let's make it 12:40. Please be back at 12:40, and we'll take up item L, and we'll be right on schedule. So in the meantime, please turn off your camera, and we'll see you at 12:40. Thank you. Sabina, welcome back. Thank you all for being on time. We just got a call from Oliver, and he's been called away on a business matter that requires his attention for the rest of the afternoon. So we will have to proceed without him. We have a hard stop at 12:45 for this conversation because we need to start the public hearing at 12:45. As you know, we have a 1-hour public meeting, or a hearing, if you will, for public comment on 1300 and 2360. It's the last of our public comment hearings. The comment period will continue until 31 December. I'll have more on that in a moment. I want to just go over with you quickly, because if we need more time, we'll find it later. I'd like to outline for you what I believe are the main agenda items for us in December and in January, just to give you a perspective and to welcome your comments. In December, it'll be, we need to settle on the board budget by the end of that meeting on 14th or 16th, I forget which, so that we can give that to the agency for incorporation in their budget. On rules 1300 and 2360, we need to reflect and start to formulate our guidance or our instincts about the public comment that we've been hearing on 1300 and 2360. We're going to be talking about some of that after the hearing with Emily and others from the agency, getting their perspectives. But this is an area where the board will need to start to pick and choose between the various possible additional language in the rules that's been proposed in the public comment period. We also want to review the timeline with you and be sure that everybody's understanding that. On Rule 2200, there we will review the timeline that we've developed for that, and we will appoint the committee that will do the board's work on that. Remember, this is separate and apart from, or in addition to, the work that Emily, that is the agency, and the advisory group are doing. We're sort of piggybacking on that freight train, as it were. And we also will devote at least an hour to this conversation. I want it to be a wide-ranging conversation about 2200, what's working, what's not working, what needs to be fixed, what are the priorities. That will wind up being kind of the work plan or mandate that we're turning over to the committee to guide their work over the next 2 or 3 months. And then finally, I would want to give you a draft of our annual report to the legislature for our discussion. I will give you a proposal for some legislative initiatives that we may want to recommend to the General Assembly. Kim, you have a question or comment? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, were you done the list of things for December?
That's for December. I could just tell you, you might be asking, in January and February, we'll be doing the implicit bias training.
Okay, I had thought that we had said December, January, so that was the exchange that I had with Amanda, but I will follow up with her.
Well, it's in our MOU.
Okay.
Yeah, which I've signed and to get the funds to them. So yeah, it's January and February for the implicit bias training. That was the dates they came up with.
Perfect, thanks.
Maureen, interrupt me, please, when you want to start the public. Maybe you can tell me, do we have a queue of folks who want to be on?
We can ask if there's anyone on the line. I didn't get any reservations for people who wanted to speak.
I do see some familiar names. Well, let me just continue then. We'll another minute or two and review with you what we would like to do in January. These are just the highlights. There'll always be some other small stuff. In January, we would hear the agency's 2022 budget proposal, I think. If that's going to work for you, Dan. This would be mid-Jan, I can't remember the date. Legislative, we would review the draft annual report and adopt it as a group, have a discussion and adopt. Legislative agenda, ditto. We want to review that. Kathy, you have a comment or question?
Nope, slip of a finger.
Okay, you can take down your hand. There you go. Yeah. We would go over rules 1300 and 2360. We're going to be talking about 1300 and 2360 for several months now. And to make it all the more exciting, we'll be talking about 2200 for several more months beyond that. So on 1300 and 2360, we hope in January to receive from the AOE/AG a consensus proposal for the how it would be amended per the guidance that the board had furnished to them in December. Ditto with 2200. We would hear from the AGs, the advisory group, and the agency. We would review their timeline, and we would receive a first draft of their proposals for 2200. Remember, this is separate and apart from what our own committee would be doing. And then also with regard to the 2200 committee, I think that's redundant. We might hear an interim report from the advisory committee. Then in the January meeting, we would have the implicit bias training first of 2 sessions. So I'll stop there because I'm sure we should open up the phones to any comments. I see there's a question from Bill, and I'll come back to you, Bill. We'll return. I just want to be sure we're not holding up anybody who wishes to be sharing public comment with us. Maureen, what do you have?
Is there anyone on the line that would like to address the board?
I see Susan Aronoff there. I don't know. And well, we'll just stand by to give any members of the public who wish to be heard with regard to proposed changes to Rule 1300 and 2360. Now begins the public comment hearing, and we welcome your comments. All right, Maureen, we'll go back to our agenda conversation, and if you will just at an appropriate moment interrupt if there's anybody who shows up and wants to be heard.
Sure.
Thank you. So, Bill Mathis, you had a comment about the January or December agendas. You're muted, Bill.
Okay, basically is if we could get a copy of suggestions for the legislative agenda and the 2200 committee ahead of time to be thinking about these. I think these are very important things. And we do have a legislative committee which has been not meeting a whole lot, but maybe we ought to think about what we want to do there too.
Right. Okay. As far as the legislative issues, it would be my intention before the meeting to send you a list of some of the possible legislative initiatives that the board might wish to undertake. Yeah. First among them, of course, would be to resubmit the proposal for reconfiguration of the board and its relationship with the agency. That, as you know, was adopted substantially as we intended it to be by the Senate. But as you know, this is a new biennium. So all of the work that we did in 2020, the agency and the board, to advance that legislation, well, I wouldn't say it's for naught, because we developed a great deal of understanding in the General Assembly about the issues at hand. And so when we go back to the General Assembly, the House Committee on Education has volunteered to reintroduce the legislation. But you do go back to square one with a new biennium. Nothing carries over. So we'll go back to square one with our legislative proposal, and I think this time it will start in the House Committee on Education. That's not a certainty yet, but they have volunteered to be the ones who move it forward. And that would be just great, because then when they're done with it and have passed it, we know that the Senate is already pretty highly up to speed. That said, it's very, very uncertain as to what sort of ability the legislature is going to have in order to move legislation forward. It's everything is, at least in the near future, will be done remotely, and it's simply harder for the committees to move legislation along. They tend to focus on the really essential stuff, like the high priority substantive issues and the budget issues. And quite frankly, the State Board of Education is not really high on their list of important topics to grapple with. It's important to us, but not so much to them.
What a surprise.
Yeah, well, that's fair. It's as it ought to be.
Well, we do have a fiscal problem. We do have a pandemic problem hanging around.
We are small potatoes. We will certainly present that proposal, and there might well be other proposals so any of you who have thoughts about issues that we think should be taken up by the General Assembly in connection with our work, I'd be delighted to hear from you, and I'd be happy to add them to a working list that would then be discussed together at the December meeting and refined and shaped up, and then probably discussed and adopted at the January meeting. As far as a legislative committee goes, I think that's a topic for another time. We certainly had very good success with the way we worked legislation this past year. I took the lead, and both Peter and Kim were frequently at the State House with me in support of what we were trying to accomplish. So those are the main items then that we want to be doing in December and January. Question for you, Mr. Secretary. I haven't put anything in here in the tentative blocking out of the schedules with regard to a possible report or recommendation from the Secretary with regard to Manhattan School. I'm not trying to pin you down, but what do you think is the likely time frame in which the board might see, that is, when you might complete your investigation and be prepared to make a recommendation?
Yeah, I don't want to be pinned down on that any more than you wish to pin me down on it, but I would think before the first of the year.
Really? Okay. And very probably, I'm just guessing here, but very probably we would receive that recommendation and conduct the sequence, by the way, folks, is that the Secretary notifies the school of, if the Secretary, we cannot assume that the Secretary will recommend revocation or suspension. That's yet to be determined based on the facts that he discovers. But if it comes to that, then he would make a recommendation to the board as he sees fit, based upon his findings of the facts. And the school would be notified of that recommendation, and a date would be set for a hearing conducted by the board, in which, in this quasi-judicial capacity, we hear the Secretary's information and arguments, if you will, for his proposal, and we give the school an opportunity to counter-argue and give their point of view. That would be probably best done as a special meeting of the board, and it probably would take at least a half a day, maybe a whole day. And obviously, this is the process in which we probably definitely would have our attorney, Mr. Belcher, working with us and advising us, because the agency and its attorney are parties in effect. We are arbitrating between the advocacy of the agency and the advocacy of the school. They are the parties. So that we'll just say that when we get the recommendation, then we will take the steps to set up a hearing, and we'll do that. We'll just have to do that as a separate meeting. Bill, can you mute, please? That noise is distracting. That much said, I feel like a sportscaster waiting for the game to start. I'm pretty good at filling the time, though. Maureen, anybody knocking on the door?
No one knocking on the door, John.
All dressed up and nowhere to go. All right. Any comments on all of what I've just laid on you? Yes, Kim.
It would be helpful because I'm assuming it comes to us if the secretary's recommendation is revocation or suspension, and that decision has been appealed. Is that correct?
No, there is no appeal.
It'll come either way. Okay.
It's a recommendation on which we must take action.
Okay. And I'm just wondering, are there required timelines within which to respond, either by the school or our responsibility for like a 10-day turnaround or 30-day turnaround? If any of that applies, that would be really helpful when or if we were to receive a recommendation to understand any statutory requirements regarding timeline.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. And certainly we would have Mr. Belcher at our side upon as soon as we receive notice from the secretary that he will be making a recommendation. I mean, it won't happen out of the blue. We'll certainly have notice. Then we would have Mr. Belcher available to us to guide us on timelines. From memory, there's nothing in Title 16 that speaks to the timing of things and delays and all that. But I would imagine the APA may have provisions that have some bearing on this. But that Mr. Belcher can tell us that very easily and quickly. Jennifer.
Yes, I just want to clarify. My understanding is we would only have a hearing if, after the investigation, the secretary determines that revocation, suspension, or denial would be appropriate. So if the secretary determines otherwise, there would be no hearing.
Precisely, yes. I hoped I said that, but you said it clearly and well. There is no matter there. There are possibly other hearings and appeals that are distantly on the horizon. It would even be premature to describe them at this point, other than to say that it's conceivable that by early next year we will see other matters coming before the board of a quasi-judicial nature. And again, if we are obliged to conduct a hearing, given the workload that we have, especially with 2360 and 1300, moving that forward, then moving 2200 forward, I suspect we're just going to have to do almost any quasi-judicial stuff as additional meetings of the board. Any other comments or questions with regard to our work plan and schedule for the next January and December? All right, hearing none. Maureen, it's still all quiet on the Western Front?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Then in that case, we're ahead of schedule. I wonder if, and so we may not be able to move forward. Item N is what comes after the hearing. and we could start into item N, and then as soon as we hear notice from Maureen Gaddis that there are people standing by for a phone hearing, we could break away, come back to it. I see that at least one of the agency folks is on the call. Tracy Watterson, I see that you're available. I see that Emily is available. Emily, do you feel that we could get started now on your discussion of the agency's perspective, or do you want us to just stand by and recess until you've got your folks rounded up?
Let me check with them via chat. I see their names, but I don't know if maybe they're attending to more than one thing at a time. So give me 2 minutes to check with them, and I'll come back online.
Okay. So we've got a couple minutes to stand by here. We can go at ease, or do any of you have any other things that you'd like to mention that sort of there seems to be no other place to speak about?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
For both John and Dan, what do you see as possibly being on the horizon this legislative session that we haven't talked about at some level?
Well, Dan?
We're still working through policy priorities. Last session I did try to make some headway on literacy, which I think is a key component of Act 173. It stands out pretty clearly in the findings behind that we have some issues with literacy. But I think the COVID response will probably supersede everything. Not to say something like literacy couldn't or shouldn't be situated into that larger framing. I have a meeting with some legislative leaders in December, so I think that's when I'll have a better sense of what they see are their priorities. But we're still working internally on that. But I could imagine a COVID response. I think the other thing we're trying to keep an eye on is what would be the national priorities. It's hard to say at this point, but if I think of like two major buckets, like urban school reform versus rural school reform, I think what we're seeing from the Biden, President-elect Biden, is that there's an interest in putting additional funding through the Title programs, which I could argue would be an urban school reform, like Title I and so forth, which those formulas tend to be driven by census. I think the issue of rural education reform and perhaps infrastructure, broadband and so forth, might be situated in a broader interest in infrastructure. So we'll just have to make sure that whatever we're doing is leveraging that opportunity to work in conjunction with other rural states in particular.
Thank you, Dan. From the perspective of issues that the board has touched upon, a couple, to answer your question, Bill, a couple topics that come to mind is one is the business of divorce, that is of school districts wishing to disengage from one another, i.e. the Halifax situation, which we've already communicated about. And then related to that is a little bit of what we were hearing from the folks in Ripton, that is sort of the procedural provisions that either facilitate or impede the ability of communities to disengage from their affiliations. In general, I think the question is simply, is it time for the General Assembly now to be looking at those relationships in light of a couple of years of experience, and in any way modifying the ease with which districts can disaffiliate if they choose to. It's not something that I think we need to be taking a position on, other than to say, as we have said, it appears that these questions were not visualized or anticipated when Act 46 was developed, and perhaps the General Assembly wants to revisit some of them. But I don't think we have the sense of there being a pressing need. Another topic that might require legislative addressing is sort of the, and I'm not sure about this. It arose 3 or 4 years ago in connection with the Vermont School for Girls, where there were some reported incidents of exploitation and abuse. And again, it has come up in more recent times. And there gets to be this sort of kind of question of do we have seamless oversight of what's happening at these schools? And it's fair to say that the oversight is divided in the sense that the agency is concerned properly with educational matters, but not equipped to address residential services and the residential component. And the Department of Children and Families is more clearly authorized to address those, but tends to be reactive as opposed to proactive by the very nature of the way all that stuff works. So I think one might think that there's a need to sort of strengthen the coordinated oversight of both educational and residential services in schools that provide both. I haven't any idea what the solution or improvement might be. There are lots of ways to do that. Some of it might simply be by arrangement between the agencies themselves, essentially an executive branch modification or strengthening of communications. But I can't say that the communications were flawed in any way. But visualize this. DCF had an active licensing relationship with the school in Westminster, which therefore caused them to be visiting the school every year and looking at processes and procedures. But if DCF did not have that relationship, and they do not anymore, and they don't have that relationship with several other schools, then DCF's insight and oversight of what's happening at that school is essentially reactive. They sort of have to wait until something bad happens. And again, this is hardly a position of the board. We'd all have to give some serious thought to this, but it could be that we would want to advocate that the tightening of this oversight be better coordinated or somehow addressed. So that's another area. But whether that's a legislative solution or a regulatory solution or simply an executive branch solution, it's premature to say. But it's probably safe to say that the system we have now pretty much has to wait until something goes wrong. And that's given, I mean, it's one thing if it's financial, but when it comes to the safety and well-being of children, that seems to be perhaps too passive. Those are just my personal thoughts. I mean, they're certainly not board views. And I would, at some time, apropos of your question, Bill, about legislative agenda, I think that's a conversation that we would need to have as a board. We obviously, in speaking about it, have to be very, very careful so as not to be casting judgment on matters that might still be outstanding. Kathy, you have your hand up.
Yes, John, thank you. I would agree that we should take some look at it. And this may be a perfect example in which we look to other states and see exactly how they do that fine balance and that review or that continual process to make sure the kids are safe in residential facilities, both educationally and of course emotionally, physically. So I'm sure there's got to be, and maybe Emily knows where we might look. It might even be through help me here, it's been a while, the Northeast Legislative organization that legislators use. Right. Even though, that's not us, it doesn't mean that we may not find the information through that organization.
Right. Yeah, and I can imagine that the work of our committee that I will appoint officially, that we will ratify next in our December meeting on Rule 2200, I can imagine that out of that you will identify some areas that we see the need for change but cannot make the change purely by rule, and we need to turn to the General Assembly for action on that. Another area where we might consider that's related to this business of oversight is many schools, especially the larger, more robust schools, independent schools, are members of NEASC, and they are evaluated and approved by NEASC. And by statute, any school that is approved by NEASC is there ipso facto eligible for approval by the state board. That is, NEASC approval substitutes for the evaluation by the agency. And we could take a look at that and say, which is better? Is the evaluation by the agency better in quality than the evaluation by NEASC? Each of us might have some opinions about that, but it could well be that we would say to the General Assembly, the General Assembly, by the way, already says, if you're approved by NEASC, that's good enough for us. It could be that the board would come to the view that any school or any residential school that wants to be approved must be approved by NEASC. In other words, make NEASC approval mandatory for some schools. There's significant questions of the cost of that, but the flip side of that is that the agency enters significant costs to send people out to look at these schools. And if we did it, and if our own evaluation of these schools were even half as engaged as the NEASC, you'd be talking about some significant expenditure of public dollars to conduct these evaluations. And keep in mind, these evaluations are to approve the school as an independent school, which makes it eligible to receive public tuition dollars. In effect, an approval is a franchise, and it allows you to say, I'm state approved, give me your public dollars. And frankly, a franchise has great value. And so one could make the case that schools should be expected to pay for the evaluations, whether they're by the state or NEASC, in order to be evaluated for approval purposes.
That brings up the backdoor question.
Yeah.
Well, and Dan's part of this one too, is what does he envision, or what do we envision towards reviving the school approval process for public schools, which would obviously spill over into the independent school sector? And how does that whole mix and match come together?
Great question. I don't see Dan on the screen. Perhaps he's been called away. I see Maureen has her hand up, and yeah, Dan, go ahead. Did you hear Bill's question?
Yeah, I did. It just points back to the quality standards, the ESSA plan, that whole conversation. We have the vision now with this idea of integrated field reviews. And what we've been calling the report card is really what's called a snapshot. So the snapshot in conjunction with integrated field reviews is our sort of composite quality approach at the moment. And I'm not convinced it's adequate either. I've talked with Bill a bit about the public school approval process that used to exist prior to No Child Left Behind Act. And I went down that path when I was with the legislature talking about the weighting study. And, with the weighting study, it doesn't necessarily ensure districts make investments. It provides essentially an incentive for them to do so in the case where they had students that required additional services, meaning that they could spend more if they chose to and not necessarily see the tax implications. But what's the role in ensuring that those investments are made? And I think that's the role of regulation. To say there are baseline quality standards that must be met. And you could see, I think, the applicability, as Bill's pointing to, between a public school process of oversight with an independent school process of oversight. We have some work to do, I think, to figure that out.
Yeah. And it would be interesting, too, to as you know, many public secondary schools go through NEASC review and approval. Rutland High School is an example. It would be interesting to just take a look at that and see, is NEASC engagement, does it contribute to the quality standards of the school? Maureen, I see you wish to get our attention.
Yes, thank you. I don't have anyone knocking at the door, but we do have the AOE team standing by. And ready.
Thank you. Board members, you ready to transition to item N, which is to discuss the agency's perspective on the public comments that we have received about 132360. You ready for that? Okay. Then, Emily, we turn it over to you.
Hello again, Emily Simmons for the Agency of Education. I'll review the ask and then tell you what my role is going to be and then make some introductions. So if you'll think back to last meeting, I presented you with a memo summarizing public comment to date. That was also included in today's materials and posted online. There were a few headline issues that had surfaced that are not addressed in the draft rules as they stand today. And the chair asked the agency to gather up background information for you on those various issues. So that there are three issues. First is adverse effect in our current rule and practice and background. The second is the comment that you've heard requesting changes to how we do parental consent to special education in Vermont. And then the third is a proposed rule about MTSS that you've had advocated to you. So my role at this point is not going to be active. I'm going to turn it over to people who are more expert than I am, but I'm going to stand by in case you need me to facilitate questions or facilitate any follow-up that you'd like to receive. So at this time, I'm going to introduce the team from AOE. They are Jackie Kelleher, our State Director of Special Education. She's joined by Chris Kane, Special Education Program Manager, Clara O'Shaughnessy is staff attorney at the agency whose absolute specialty and expertise is special education, and Tracy Watterson, who's the Vermont MTSS Program Manager. So Jackie and company, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear me? This is Jackie Kelleher.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining our meeting. And as you each speak, as Jackie just did, if you would just tell us your names so we can put names together with faces. Thank you. We're very happy to have you advising us of the agency's views on these three topics. We'll turn it over to you.
Great.
Proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairman Carroll. And great to see you all again. I was with you, I believe, in August to talk about the SEA determinations. And I think I shared with you at that time that I'm relatively new to Vermont. It's been over a year since I've been with the agency. I did practice in special education field in Connecticut, New Hampshire, and New York before coming to serve Vermont. And quite frankly, adverse effect is the first topic we're going to discuss. It's different in Vermont. I had a lot of learning to do. And to be frank, I was not personally part of what led to the historical context of this, but my colleagues, Chris and Claire, can certainly speak to the requirement, which we're going to present to you today, and just have this conversation. So we do have some visuals. Chris Kane was going to share his slide. I'm going to turn my camera off for bandwidth. And Chris was going to put the slides up.
And you ready for me to do that now, Jackie?
Yes, please. Great, thank you.
You should be on the full screen adverse effect origins slide.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. We see it.
Yes. The origins. So federal law 34 CFR 300 from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act requires that a student meet 2 gates in order to be found eligible for special education. The first gate requires a student to have a qualifying disability. And the second requires a demonstrated need for specially designed instruction. So, we're basically asking first, does the student have a disability? Yes or no? If yes, does it adversely affect the educational and functional performance? Yes or no? So we're asking those questions through this process. Then we can ask, does the student require specially designed instruction, which we define as specially designed instruction is the providing within the school's standard instructional conditions. If it can't be provided that way, what instruction do we have that meets the unique needs of the child? It's specially designed instruction is adapting as appropriate to the needs of that child, the content, the methods, delivery of instruction to meet those needs. If we can answer yes to those questions, then likely that child might qualify for special education. So adverse effect, that's how it's specified in IDEA, but we have some structure in Vermont that other states do not. Next slide. So there's the gate that we consider the third gate, this third gate of adverse effect. It's based on the IDEA disability eligibility criteria. The criteria consistently states that the disability must adversely affect the child's educational performance. So next slide. So now we start getting into a little bit of the history, and I hope my colleagues will join me on this one. So in the 1990s, Vermont established a rule to ensure a consistent application of eligibility standards across the state. And Vermont is, as I said, one of the only states to take the step to define adverse effect, to really define it, to give it some parameters, to give it some guardrails. And as such, it may be considered more restrictive than other states' acts. With that said, too, and this is something that Claire might be able to speak about, in this particular Office of Civil Rights court case from 1984, our state's previous rules violated Section 504. First, as it was said, because there were no guidelines concerning test selection or testing procedures. Some students were classified on the basis of tests, which were improper, given the nature of the student's disability, or on the basis of a single general intelligence quotient, IQ. Just using IQ as the sole indicator of yes or no that the student qualifies. We were in violation of that. And that was Regulation 104.35 B2 and 3. Second, it was found that the SEA's rule making eligible for special education a student who showed mastery of 50% or less of criterion reference test objectives on grade level violated Section 504 by misclassifying quote unquote slow learners as handicapped. Not my words, but that was from 1984. So essentially, historically, adverse effect interpretation has been inconsistent and confusing to special ed staff throughout the state. And this was, a measure that was taken to try to tighten that up, to create some consistency across the board. Although make no mistake, these needs need to be individualized and based on the unique needs of each student. Next slide, please. So here's our rule, adverse effect. To conclude that a disability has an adverse effect on the student's educational performance, the EPT shall determine and document that as a result of his or her disability, the student is functioning significantly below grade norms compared to grade peers in one or more of the basic skills. And just to refresh for basic skills, we're talking about oral expression, listening comprehension, written expression, basic reading skills, reading comprehension, math calculation, mathematical reasoning, and motor skills. And also for an individual with a sensory impairment, one or more comparable basic skills shall be considered to serve as an appropriate substitute for one of those basic skills that I just mentioned. So the other piece is the significantly below grade norms. We define it as the lower 15th percentile or below, or 1.0 standard deviation or more below the mean. And as you know, typically the mean is 100 on our standardized assessment. So we're looking at 85 and below for that 15 spread, so standard deviation. Next slide, please. So here comes more of the history. In 2015, there was an adverse effect advisory committee that was commissioned to provide recommendations to the Agency of Ed in response to statewide concerns about inconsistent application of this rule. So even though the rule was in place, there was still differences across SUs, SDs in its application. So this committee that got together, and in 2016, the agency, based on that committee's work and their feedback, implemented a training plan to address those concerns. And still to this day, all school districts are required to complete these trainings. And they submit documentation to the agency annually, like who attended the trainings, who experienced that information. And so we keep a comprehensive list. And in fact, as part of our monitoring work, we collect these data to help inform us to make sure that folks are participating in that practice. The trainings themselves provided by the agency, it included a focus on the functional performance, on the assessment instruments, because education, the academic piece, that was pretty clear across these 6 different areas to measure. But functional performance, that social emotional piece, that adaptive daily living skills, some of those other pieces are clearly presented in this particular training and the supports and services available to the students at this time. So for example, if a student is performing above the academic threshold on the assessment instruments, so the supports and services provided to that student in order to achieve that academic success are not provided to 85% of the student population, then that student can still be found eligible under adverse effect. This interpretation potentially eliminates some of the student cases raised by some of the critics, some that are advocating for not having adverse effect. And if implemented consistently, may find more students eligible than are currently being found so. And then next slide, please. So the adverse effect controversy. Wasn't quite sure how to frame this particular title. Sometimes it's a discussion, sometimes it's a heated conversation, but Vermont's adverse effect rule, it's reportedly confusing. It can be. It can be difficult for teachers to apply and understand. and inconsistently, administered across the state. And, hence the training, hence the, looking annually to make sure that folks are undergoing that training experience. The concern identified by advocacy groups in Vermont is that the adverse effect rule creates a system that requires failure and denies potentially eligible students access to individualized education program services, the IEP. Advocates have argued that the third gate, adverse effect gate that we have, violates IDEA because a state agency cannot implement adverse effect in a manner that excludes otherwise eligible children. Next slide, please. And I'm going to just also have Claire comment on this too, that however, no strong established federal standard for adverse effect. States are generally left to define their own terms, and it is different from state to state. National court cases have been similarly inconclusive with adverse effect definitions, ranging from narrow and restricted to broad and inclusive. So, Claire, I don't know if you have any comments so far.
Not so far, Jackie. It's just that, as you've highlighted, the federal regulations don't define adverse effect. They don't define need. So the states are left to implement what that means. And so as opposed to having a rubber ruler where each team decides need, each team decides adverse effect, Vermont has put it down into regulation that we give them criteria and specific things to look at or to look for. So we've put it out so and such as it's almost like a checklist. If you look at our evaluation planning team report, it has all of the gates, all of the criteria, all of the things that the team is supposed to look at and evaluate. And then there's a big category for other, right? So that the team can consider other things other than just adverse effect on one basic skill area. But I think the next slide goes into a more specific court case about Vermont's adverse effect.
Yeah, Claire, if you could continue with the next slide, that would be great.
Sure. Next slide. All right. So the Vermont's adverse effect went up to was challenged in a case in a case in Vermont. It went up to the Second Circuit, and the Second Circuit basically said, based on the criteria that Vermont's regulations set out, in determining that a particular student was not eligible for special education, basically they upheld the standard that we had, and it looked the same as it does today. And so in that case, for context, the student was a gifted student, was performing at a very high level. However, had some emotional struggles, had some social interactions and some peer struggles, particularly because the student was gifted and talented, in that respect. And the parents wanted the student qualified for special education based on the emotional disturbance criteria, and that the student was depressed, was socially awkward. They met criteria for having a disability, but what they could not meet for eligibility was that adverse effect criteria, which was they could not establish by a preponderance of the evidence that the student's disability had an adverse effect on his educational performance. And so similarly, the federal regulations don't define what is educational performance, but in Vermont, we try to look at the whole student. So the functional aspects, of the disability, the performance aspects of the disability, the other criteria that are allowed to be considered, so that you're looking at the whole student. But there is that academic piece or that basic skill piece where your disability has to adversely affect those categories.
I'd like to, this is very helpful overview. I want to make sure that in the time we have, there's an opportunity for board members to ask questions of you. This is not a one-way conversation. Board members, do you have questions?
Lots of them.
Go ahead then, please ask them about exactly what we're speaking about.
Okay, this Pollitt case that you got up there now, let's say the kid's IQ is 130 and was only performing at 115. He would then have an adverse effect even though his intelligence was above the average.
Right, there would be an adverse effect on his IQ, but that wouldn't be the same thing as adverse effect on his educational performance, meaning he's not performing below grade level, he's not performing at, you know, a 1.0 standard deviation on assessments, so he's still able to perform academically. And you have to remember that the whole purpose of IDEA is to give a basic floor of opportunity for students that have disabilities, right? So if you're advancing from grade to grade, if you're performing at grade level, you're not determined to be in need of specially designed instruction in order to access the general education. I don't know if that, I hope that answers your question.
And we also, to add to, we also have the duty to assess in all areas of the suspected disability. So that functional performance, you might have that child that's got that IQ, as you said, 130, but in the area of social emotional or behavioral or adapted daily living skills, some of those other pieces might look very different. And so that's why you're supposed to look at educational and functional performance of these students so we don't lose, especially in the numbers game that can occur when you're looking at an IQ test and not looking at multiple measures of multiple assessment, qualitative and quantitative information.
But let me ask you this, if I may. In the Pollitt case, you tell us that this particular student who did well academically had social and emotional disabilities that, for practical purposes, may not have affected his academic performance, but it affected other aspects of his life. And you're saying that that adverse effect should have shown that there was an adverse effect in the non-academic side of the student's life, but he was denied services because of his disability. It's hard to understand this. You're saying that his disability was social emotional, and it had real effects, but the adverse effect prevented his being eligible for services. I don't quite see why that would be so.
Right. So there's so again, the purpose of, so in that particular case, the student was offered services, but offered services under a 504. So he was able to get supports for his emotional and social needs, but he did not qualify for specially designed instruction because his particular disability did not have an adverse effect on his educational performance. Meaning he could not meet the academic or the functional performance aspects. There was not an adverse effect on his ability to function in school and to perform well on the academics in meeting the basic skill criteria.
Okay, let me put this question to you, and this is the broad contextual question. Adverse effect was introduced by the state of Vermont in response, as I understand it, to court findings or some other findings that Vermont's eligibilities were being applied in an inconsistent manner around the state. Its standards for eligibility were being applied inconsistently. And as a consequence, there were, as I understand it, a number of students who were being determined to be eligible, but a more consistent application of the standards would have made them not eligible. In other words, it sounds like the application of the existing original standards, 1 and 2 on your first slide, was inconsistently applied, and the finding was that as a result, Vermont had a very high rate of coding, if you will. The response, it would seem to me, should have been to address the inconsistency but instead the response seems to have been to impose another hurdle and then attempt to apply that.
Therein lies the problem, is that you've got inconsistent rules which are applied in different kinds of ways according to the conditions of the individual. And when you try to make that into a uniform rule, it doesn't.
Well, I'm not sure that the rules are inconsistent, but it does appear from your own testimony that the application of the standards or rules was variable across the state.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Well, variability is the enemy of continuous improvement. I guess what I'm getting at is it feels like you've got a car that's wobbling down the road and can't drive in a straight line, and so you put bigger tires on it. But that isn't what solves the problem. I guess I just feel like the solution that was devised is an interesting solution, but it doesn't get at the root problem, which is, and we see this in all dimensions of education in Vermont, is that there's a wide variety of behaviors and expertise among educators, among the whole range of our schools, in almost anything you want to talk about, whether it's introducing proficiency-based learning. Some schools do it well, some individuals do it well, and others do it very poorly. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, I feel like we tried to solve the problem with another hurdle, which makes us, instead of solving the problem where it exists, which is the people who are applying the standards and rules are not doing so in a consistently appropriate way.
That's the great philosophical disagreement. Some special ed teachers like adverse effect, some don't. And Jackie, you can keep me honest on this if you know it much better than I do. But one has a very concrete definition with very fixed outcomes for what education should be, while the other builds on a more open kind of definition. And measuring that and specifying it is rat's nest. Am I fair, Jackie?
I am not disagreeing.
Well, my question to you would be, if the board decided, and I'm not saying it will, but hypothetically, if the board decided that the adverse effect rule or practice will be terminated, what would be the consequence in the state, and how would you respond to that consequence?
We would still, and Claire and Chris, please jump in, but we would still have to have documentation that adverse effect was considered and that what their evidence looks like to make that determination. Is it professional judgment? Is it clinical judgment? Is it observation? Is it formal testing? But we would still have to be collecting that information. It just would have more flexibilities in terms of how it were defined. And that is indeed what other states do in terms of their adverse effects. Is they give some guidelines, they give some recommendations around types of tools that can be used. They don't require, that would not be appropriate to require a particular protocol of assessment. But there is like a checklist that has to be considered, and they would have to document they considered adverse effect. That would be one of the ramifications is coming up for a way to do that. Is it going to lead to an increase or a decrease in identifications, referrals? I'm not sure. And unfortunately, without a statewide IEP system, that would be a difficult number to ascertain, to be able to track longitudinally. So we would still have to have something around adverse effect. It just might not be as stringent as what we currently have in our rules.
So am I right in my understanding that in general, Vermont has a fairly high rate of codification of students as special needs?
Particularly in the area of autism and emotional disturbance. in those particular areas. Again, that not having the data that can show causality of the direct impact adverse effect Gates has, it's difficult to answer that clearly for you. And Chris and Claire, if you want to weigh in.
Yeah, two cautionary tales. So if you think back to the UVM report that went to the legislature, or actually came to the agency, it was formed one of the bases for the Act 173. Vermont identified, even with our super stringent rule on adverse effect, still identifies at 16%, which is 3% over the national average. So even with this, rigid rule that we have, we still identify higher than states nationally. We're in the ballpark with our neighbors, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, but we still identify at 3 times the rate in the emotional disturbance category. So just a cautionary tale that, so if you're looking at changing criteria for eligibility for special education, you have to think back to what this act was intended to do, which was to take the existing amount of funding that we have and try to give that to the schools, knowing that that was based on this particular historical data on eligibility. So cautionary in that if you're going to change eligibility, you would want to know what those impacts are going to be at the school district level. So, you're changing a variable in the calculus that wasn't contemplated at the time. So you just kind of have to think, where we are, as a state. Some people think we over-identify, some people think we under-identify. Certainly, when OCR investigated Vermont, we over-identified. And in that year that we had the criteria set at 50%, it wasn't just one grade level, it was at 50%. We dropped 2,100 kids from child count that year. That's how many kids that were slow learners in, the language of OCR were identified as requiring special education or handicapped. So we were clearly over-identifying when we had the bar up at 50%, right? So dropping it down to this 15% or one, significantly below grade norms, we've got guardrails in there. It's measurable and it's something that can be applied. If you want to go after the way it's implemented locally, that's a different conversation as opposed to changing the eligibility criteria for Vermont in the middle of changing between reimbursement and census-based. I mean, it was based on our historical data, so that's just a cautionary tale. And we just know from 1984 when we were investigated by OCR. I mean, those are the benchmarks that we have.
So, Claire, thank you for that. Let me ask you this. It's a standard principle of the continuous improvement process is that you don't propose solutions until you truly understand problems. What is the problem in Vermont that our rate of coding or over-identifying is 20% or 15% higher than the national average? Is it because our children are more disabled than children in other states? Or is it something about the people who make the determination of these identifications? Or is it some other cause? But it seems to me, unless you can say to me, oh, Vermont has a high density of unhealthy or disabled children, which I don't think the data would at all support. In fact, most of the measures of child health in Vermont are stronger than the national average. So unless you can show me that there's some systemic disability among the students that explains these high rates of identification, then you'd have to say there's something about our system of identification that causes that. And what's broke? And all I can just say is that from all other encounters with education in Vermont, we know that there's enormous variability in how local districts do things. And variability is the enemy of quality. So if we have a process that seems to not have very high quality, we might look at the variability. There are questions from others. I'm sorry I've taken so much of the airtime. I saw Jen Samuelson, and I see Dan.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to reconcile because I'm looking at the presentation where you guys, the AOE does indicate that the Adverse Effect Committee focused on functional performance as well as academic performance. But my understanding is that the public comment that we've received on the rules to date says that the adverse effect is currently limited to academic adverse effect and doesn't consider social and functional disabilities. So I'm trying to reconcile those two things, and I'm not sure if I've misunderstood or where the inconsistency lies.
Good question.
That is a great question. And I also want to make sure that Chris has an opportunity to speak too. The training indeed talks about the functional performance piece. I think our chair has raised some very important issues about practice. And these are things that we are tackling through our new robust monitoring system as we look at policies and procedures, especially around locate, identify, and evaluate. As we are, as you'll hear from Tracy Watterson in a moment about the MTSS system and the extent to which these data are used to help make decisions. We're also looking at, in Vermont, significant proportionality of students that are over-identified or under-identified by race or ethnicity in a particular disability category through identification or placement or discipline. So we are tapping and tackling into that area, and we'll have some patterns and themes to be able to share with you soon. But so the question is around practice, policies, and procedures as well. And so the functional piece is addressed in the training. How is it being applied in practice?
So is that where the disconnect might lie? I mean, the training is there, but from the parent and the groups that are in support of the amendments, maybe they're not seeing an application. Would that explain it?
It's a possibility. Chris, I'm turning to you because you've been working with this for a few years now.
Hi, yeah, this is Chris Kane, Special Education Programs Manager. So our training and training materials do pretty specifically mention functional performance and walk through some ways you can look at it. I think that your guess there is potentially a well-founded one. We pretty consistently do have questions around adverse effect and how functional performance can be used. And we have been pretty consistent in our message. And so I don't know exactly where that breakdown is. I did want to mention a couple other things quickly too. The chair mentioned the inconsistent practice being the issue, and I agree that is what we potentially heard both back as a result of the court case in the 80s and the reason we convened the panel in 2015. The only thing I would add to that thought is that the addition of the adverse effect gate, if you will, was an attempt to sort of codify and process, and as Claire said, sort of make a checklist, which was supposed to help clarify that practice so that it would be more consistently applied across the state. And then, I guess the other thing I did hear that I would respond to is that I would caution against the idea that health and disability are necessarily correlated. We have lots of disability categories that qualify in the area, whether it's autism or Down syndrome, who are not necessarily unhealthy. They just have a different processing strategy.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. We have a queue of questions, and board members, I'm sorry, I don't know which came in first, so I'll just take it from the top. Jen O'Farrell, you had a question or comment?
I think a little bit of both. I guess my question would be around when Claire, you said the language in adverse effect, if it's not as stringent as it currently is, then what? Are we looking at like an all or nothing? Like it's either the way it is or it's not there. So is there a recommendation around what would be in between? And then my second was a question around Vermont being at 16% over the national average, but on par with Maine and New Hampshire. Do Maine and New Hampshire have adverse effect?
All right, so just a little bit of terminology here. So adverse effect, adversely affects educational performance, that's in the federal regulations, right? That is attached to each disability category. So adverse effect doesn't go away. So how you define it as a state, that's left to the discretion of the states how to define it. So if there were no rule, you would still have to make a determination that the student's disability adversely affects their educational performance, but then it would be up to each IEP team or each evaluation planning team to make those determinations. So the question is, if you've got, we have a criteria that you can meet, and there are these things that you can look at to meet it. You can look at grades, you can look at assessments, you can look at evaluations, you can look at teacher reports, right? We have things that you can look at, and it's supposed to be robust and vast. But if you remove any kind of numerical criteria from it, you're leaving it up to individual evaluation teams at the school district supervisory union level. So basically a team by team decision. So it's not that adverse effect would go away. It's not an all or nothing, but it would be an individual team determination as to whether or not that student's disability has an adverse effect on their educational performance. So it's a matter of how you establish the criteria, or what criteria you tell a team to use, right?
Right, and this is Jackie again. And again, we would still have to document that process, but removing our current rules would give the flexibility to our districts to make those professional judgment or those team judgments together, and there would be more flexibility around that.
So there'd be more flexibility at the local level, but statewide there wouldn't be one criteria anymore that everybody would be accountable to. Correct?
Is flexibility another word for variability? That is to say, if you have more flexibility, won't you get more disparity then among how these rules are applied?
Well, that also takes us to what is your policy and procedure for child find and for initial evaluations that, those have got to be in place. And those are things that we check on as part of our monitoring process.
Kim Gleason, you had a comment or question?
I do, thank you. A few of them, but I think maybe first reacting to the flexibility versus variability and wondering if the resources available at each district might determine whether those needs are met through special programming or might be part of their current programming for all students. That being one question. And then I would just love it if Jackie is able to speak to coming to Vermont from Vermont being relatively unique and applying this third gate, as it's called, with the adverse effect. How is it otherwise? How is this part of the rule otherwise handled in states where adverse effect isn't a third gate?
Sure. Well, adverse effect, it is still a gate in other states, but there is more of a look towards professional judgment. It actually says professional judgment and/or 1.0 standard deviation. I believe that's one of Maine's criteria, but most of the other states don't have that particular criteria. Their state agencies might come up with guidelines for the identification and education of students in particular disability categories, and have a checklist that teams go through where they're identifying the evidence and they're making the determination on if it's adversely affecting that student's performance. And so this is what other states do have, that flexibility piece. They rely on professional judgment and IEP team decisions.
Thank you for that. As we're talking here, I want to thank you, Jackie and Claire and Christopher, for engaging with us in this dialogue. It's really helpful for us to have a chance to pose these questions and hear your responses. I see Dan French has had his hand up for quite a while. Dan, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask if somebody might address the first inquiry that was related to, like, that might the way they approach it differ by district such that it would be important that it be done, those decisions made locally, because in some districts it might require special programming, and others it might be able to be embedded in their current programming for all students. I just don't know if that's a good reason for variability.
I think it's a fair question in terms of some of our districts having access to professional expertise to be able to help to guide some of those decisions. I think that's a valid point. But there's also a lot of things that we can handle through training across the state in eligibility determinations and what to look for, and some guidance in those particular areas. So I think there are supports that we can provide as an agency to help ameliorate some of those disparities across those districts that aren't resource intense or rich.
Thank you. Secretary French.
Yeah, I was just going to make the observation prompted, by this case, Paul, which was one of my school districts, but just based on the Act 46 experience. I think it's important to remember that it's only with Act 153, which was in 2010, and then Act 156 in 2012, that special ed was made to be consolidated at the supervisory union level. So we've been talking about district. Prior to that time, it really was school-based decisions, and there wasn't a lot of system-wide supervision of special education. And even with Act 156 was, once again, 2012, Act 156 said you didn't have to centralize special ed until the next time you bargained it collectively, essentially creating some process to make special ed teachers become supervisory union employees. And if you might remember in the Act 140 or the Act 46 experience, we found districts that still had not yet achieved the requirements of Act 156. So this idea of centralization of special education is something that's still very new, relatively speaking, to many of our districts. And what I've experienced when I was a superintendent in this area in particular, it's a large multi-district supervisory union, sort of the old classic model. It was highly, even in our own system, our identification processes in special ed varied greatly from district to district because those decisions were largely made on a school-by-school basis. And it's only when we started to centralize that and start to look at these issues more, I would say, objectively or clinically, that we started to see much more consistency across the system.
Right. That's totally believable. I mean, if you had a single statewide LEA, you'd have vastly more consistency, wouldn't you? I mean, that's just part of the variability.
So you can just, like in a small, typical elementary school in Vermont, you can envision teachers sitting around a table as an IEP team, trying to decide what services are available. Those are very personal sort of cultural decisions, as opposed to an LEA representative at that table who represents the supervisory union and has a more clinical objective, I don't say objective, but a more clinical standard for eligibility. So it changes greatly.
Yeah. Well, mindful of the time, and we do have until, let me just do a check with the manager of this meeting. Maureen, is there anybody who is standing by or indicated that they wish to speak in the public hearing?
No, sir.
Thank you. So, agency colleagues and board members, we have until 2:45 for the rest of this conversation, and mindful of the three themes that we wanted to hear about. Would you like to speak with us about the parental consent piece? And then we'll go on to the MTSS, and then if there's still time remaining, we can double back to wherever you think more conversation is advised. Do you have comments on the parental consent piece?
Well, sure. That is something that, again, I come from other states. In New Hampshire, parents either give consent, partial consent, or refuses consent. If it's a refusal, the LEA can try options to get consent, but can't implement the proposed changes. In New Hampshire, they have 14 days. If parental consent, the LEA can call a meeting to discuss on their own, or if requested by a parent, they can refuse. Any refusals have to be explained in a prior written notice. With partial consent, the parent is specifying in writing what they are refusing or requesting. It does seem to work well in New Hampshire. It allows for the parent to consent to some parts of the IEP while agreeing with others. If the parent gives partial consent, the LEA must implement only the parts a parent consented to. Once the IEP is in place, the parent can't partially consent at that point. The parents must use the dispute resolution system if there are problems at that point. Right now, if the parent disagrees with part of the IEP, they can add an addendum where they explain what they disagree with and can work out the differences, through the IEP team process or through dispute resolution. Bottom line, whatever way we go, we just need to be clear that the denial of consent, the one provision for a service, not deny another, which may be essential to the student's receipt of FAPE. So it's just something that we just have to watch out carefully how we would roll that out. But it does work in other states. So I guess I don't mean to do an opinion commentary, but I guess, and Claire, you can speak to that too, working on the legal aspects of pieces. But parents did find that this was a meaningful process. We felt that they were more engaged with the decision making with this opportunity in the state that I referenced. So, Claire, I don't know if you have anything on that piece.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to try to share my screen. I just prepared a couple of slides just basically to kind of set the stage.
Dan, I'll get to you and then to Jen.
I forgot to take my hand down from before.
All right. So basically, the federal regs say that parents, you have to provide an LEA is required to get informed parental consent, and it specifies three things in particular: initial evaluations, the initial provision of special education services, and reevaluations. The federal regs do permit a state to add other stages or steps or processes for parental consent. But if they do that, they have to make sure that a parent's refusal to consent at any additional gates or steps that you put in there, that there's no denial of FAPE. And so that becomes a little more challenging because the state is still on the hook regardless of the parent consenting or not consenting. So in the context of rule changes, this is over and above what would be required to implement the census-based funding rules. But it's important to know that when IEPs are developed, that those are team-driven, right? You have a number of professionals on that team that are supposed to be providing input into the development of that IEP. Okay, we require consensus of the team, and parents are valuable members of the team, and they get a vote, but they don't necessarily get a veto of the process or the actual IEP. And I will state that New Hampshire is in the First Circuit, Vermont is in the Second Circuit, and we do have case law that says parents don't get to veto the placement. They don't get to determine the school. They can have input into the process of developing it, but not an overall say on how things are done. So they can provide input into what is done, but not how it's done. So parents are entitled to meaningful participation, and there are existing procedures in both the federal regs and in our state regs that say if you disagree, you can do these things. And one of the things in Vermont that's kind of critical and where parents, both federally and in the state, have a lot of input is in the evaluation process. The evaluation team gets together and decides this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to assess, this is what the areas that we're going to look at. And parents are entitled to get independent educational evaluations for any evaluation that the district does that they disagree with or they just want to ask for. So it's important for their input in that process, because once you have the evaluation report, it's that information that you then take and then turn into the IEP. You have to address all the areas in that evaluation that were exposed as being in need of supports. So having input in that process, you've got parents have a real ability to direct where that evaluation goes and even add to it. But whichever way you go, if you want to stick with what the federal regs require as far as getting informed consent versus, what New Hampshire might be doing, it's still the responsibility of the district to provide FAPE, regardless of the parent's consent. Whether you want to piecemeal it a la carte or if you want to have it be all in total, they still have to provide that student access, regardless of what the parents consent to. The courts overwhelmingly on issues of educational policy, on content, methodology, delivery, are going to side with the educational professionals. And the way I like to look at this is if you go to a doctor, the doctor says, well, I want to run these tests. Well, you get to agree or not agree to those tests. But if the doctor says, I think you should have surgery, you can agree or not agree to that surgery, but if you agree, you're not then going to tell him how to do that surgery, right? There are certain areas where you get to consent, but then there are certain areas you just really have to leave to the educational professionals that are part of the team, like the speech and language pathologist, the OT, the PT, the gen ed teachers on how those students are going to be, accessing, based on the IEP. So there's some areas parents definitely get a vote and have a lot of input. But then there are other areas that educational policy-wise, professionalism-wise, have to go with the educational professionals that are a member of those teams.
Thank you, Claire. Peter, you have a comment or question?
I have a comment, if you don't mind. I'm going back to what Dan spoke about, the history with 153, 156. And I go back to the point where it was at district level and how sometimes advocates could really make have an impact on how the IEPs were developed at the local level. I just want to say I think we made great strides in how we're addressing special ed at this time, and I thank you for. I have to leave a little bit early, but I feel much more confident of where we are based on what I'm hearing today, and I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Kim, you have a comment or question?
Yes, sorry. One of the questions I have for parents in their appeal process to get an independent evaluation, that is at whose expense?
That's at the district's expense. They just get to ask for it, and for every evaluation the district does. Now, the district will have input on the qualifications of the evaluator, but you get an independent educational eval paid for by the district. So you get a lot of input at the evaluation process level.
Thank you.
As I listen to this, I feel that sort of both things are true. That I'm trying to reconcile that. That is to say, we heard from parents who had felt, frankly, kind of marginalized their experience, I'm not saying it's true objectively, but their experience was that their point of view was quite marginalized, and they felt that the system in New Hampshire gave parents kind of a little more leverage or authority in the transaction. And yet what I hear you say, Claire, is totally plausible, and that we have the system is designed conscientiously to give parents a really pivotal role in the discussions. So I try to reconcile those two conflicting data points, and it leaves me with saying, there's that variability again. I'm just guessing that among the LEAs, there are some that are very, very attentive to parents, and others that are perhaps somewhat impatient. I don't know this, it's just speculation. But so that what we're hearing as a complaint appears to be a system complaint, but maybe it's actually, a practice complaint. You know, I'm uneasy about tinkering with systems when the problem is with the practice or the execution of that system. This is just a classic policy dilemma, I think, for the board. Let me put it this way to you, Claire. What would happen if instead we use the New Hampshire model, which effectively gives parents kind of a little more heft at the table?
Right. So I'm not as familiar with the New Hampshire model, but I do understand that it can be a little bit a la carte. So where I see that causing a real problem is there are certain major things that parents and IEP teams are going to disagree on. And I can highlight a couple, right? So the need for a one-to-one support, right? Or the need for a behavioral interventionist, right? The parents may really, really think that their student needs a one-to-one, behavior interventionist or a para support person, and the district may very, very well disagree. So when you have something that is that major, right, how are you going to resolve those differences, right? So when there's a dispute about an IEP, at least the way it is in Vermont, once that IEP is challenged using the dispute resolution methods, the district is still responsible for providing FAPE. And when you go to due process, you then revert to the last agreed upon IEP. Right, and that may or may not be what's appropriate for the student right now, especially when students transition in big chunks. Like if you're going from middle school to high school, if a parent takes the district to due process to challenge an IEP for high school, they're stuck with implementing that middle school one because that's the last agreed upon IEP. So there could be some real problems depending upon what's objected to. So I would want there to be some very clear criteria. And I don't know that, in rule, you're going to be able to anticipate those kinds of problems. But, a district could have an opinion about fading like one-to-one support. That's very important for, a student's development and growth and being able to self-regulate, being able to, develop those skills they need. But and parents can be in broad disagreement about some of those issues. It would some things have to be left to professional discretion. Other things, I understand the argument that parents want more input, but I guess we have to be mindful of what it is that they're allowed to disagree with, and yet the district's still on the hook to provide FAPE. That puts the district in a very, very difficult position in my mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's public dollars. Who should be deciding how they're spent?
Well, or implemented, right? They're still on the hook for providing FAPE, whether the parent agrees or not.
Right. Emily, I see your hand up.
Yep, I was just going to let Claire know that she's still sharing her screen. Sometimes it's hard to tell. And Claire, you have really confidential stuff.
Thanks, Emily.
Okay. I was wondering what happened. Thank you for explaining that. Jenna, you have your hand up. Yeah, but you're muted, Jenna.
I know, I'm trying to unmute. It gets sticky. I know, I hear and I understand for sure, and I just can't really part with maybe a better more expansive way that parents can feel like they're partners in this process. And you know, I think, John, you just said it right, like they're public dollars. Who owns that? And I think I've been at the table where partial consent would have made a lot of bridges rather than shut a lot of doors for services for kids and for families. And I think it rests with ways that parents are invited to be at that table, and in a belief system that parents are really advocating for the best ways that they know how for their kids. And how do we help parents understand if we have a practice of fading out a para? Like, how do we teach parents that? Like, and I think that goes into practice. And I know I'm going in a totally different direction, but it's hard for me to walk away from something that the door might be open to include parents, and then we say, oh, you know, we'll go back and not. But so,
Thank you. Other board members or who wish to comment or question? Kim?
That was helpful to think about it through that lens, Jenna. And I'm also mindful that I think you said, John, our last hearing this past hour, or do we have one more coming up?
Well, that was our last hearing, although we may well get additional written comment through the end of December.
I'm just mindful of process and thinking that closing arguments are being made, I guess, if you will, by our agency experts. I've appreciated that it has been very much a process of informing for us to understand, but we didn't have comment in this last session. There may very well be comment coming out of this more in-depth conversation, and I'd like for us to just be mindful of somewhat appearances. We struck the hour before this, which I think has prompted questions from the board and great dialogue to understand a little bit better the implications. So I don't know what our recourse is on that, but I wonder if we put another hour in December or something.
We've certainly created the opportunity for people to speak during this hour. We will be making no decisions or taking positions or advocating to the agency or others on this until the completion, the end of the period of public comment, i.e. 31 December. So we're tossing ideas around and challenging assumptions and all of that, but I can assure you that we're not close to making a decision or taking a position that says to the agency, we urge you to do this or that. That will come perhaps in January, but it's nobody should think that we're even close to reaching a conclusion about these outstanding issues. That only will happen after the closure of the comment period. So in many ways, I'm hopeful that the questions and responses and insights that you have shared with us from the agency will stimulate people in the community to want to weigh in and say, yeah, you're really missing this point, Mr. Chairman, or to encourage the agency to emphasize still further, so that we hope we're stirring the pot a little bit with this dialogue. So just to be sure that we don't miss anything, can we move on to the MTSS discussion? And then if we have time still at the end, we can double back and revisit any of these topics that you folks from the agency or from the board wish to pursue. So let us hear from you about MTSS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to share my screen. I have just a few slides to share. They should have been sent in advance, but in case you
Yes.
didn't see them. I'll share them as I speak. So I'm Tracy Watterson, and I'm the program manager and the lead of the Vermont MTSS team at the Agency of Education. I've been a member of the agency for almost 8 years, originally as a mathematics coordinator, and have been leading the Vermont MTSS team since its inception in the summer of 2016. Our team's mission is to support Vermont educators in utilizing the Vermont MTSS framework to continuously improve their systems. We're really embedded in that continuous improvement science model, have had a lot of training with the Carnegie Foundation, if you're familiar with their work, and really are working in collaboration with our education quality team, who also support schools in their continuous improvement. Our work focuses on the success of all students, so that full range of learners from pre-K through grade 12. And we support schools and districts in building systems that support the whole child, academic, social, and emotional. Members of our team have experience from pre-kindergarten through 12th grade. We've been classroom teachers, general educators, and special educators, have worked as paraprofessionals, instructional coaches, even administrators. So we bring a real wealth of expertise and experience into our work, and are very passionate people. And also just wanted you to know that this graphic here represents the framework. So you're going to see the 5 main components wrapped in that culture of continuous improvement, really looking for excellence and equity for all students. And I bring that to your attention because some of the proposed language that's being offered around MTSS isn't as comprehensive as we look at our framework. And I'll show you that in just a minute. But you may hear often, or at least in the language that was being proposed, much more of a focus on the high quality instruction and intervention component, and not the full system, which really has that systemic and comprehensive approach as its foundation. So one of the things I wanted to share, which is in our next slide, is a definition of our Vermont MTSS framework. So MTSS framework really unifies general and special education. It's very intentional, ongoing collaboration. Sometimes there's a misconception that it is a special education initiative, or sometimes in reverse, that it doesn't include students with IEPs. And neither of those are accurate. It also provides a layered system of high quality evidence-based instruction and intervention that includes just a plethora of assessment and really practices that are matched to meet student strengths and needs. It really relies on effective, timely use of meaningful data. It's a way to organize and structure resources, whether it be human or material. It's really not about just language you may have heard in the past about tiers of instruction. It really is looking at how you hire, how you train your staff to meet the needs so that you have the right person working with the student who needs them the most qualified person. How do you use your assessment data to really help figure out where a child is, to determine what supports they might need, how you measure that progress over time. And when you get to a point where those interventions aren't being successful, then what is the next step? It also looks at that effective collaboration. We were just talking about parents. We really support the inclusion of parents in all aspects of work, not just coming for the math night, which is awesome, but really being a voice in both their students' education and in some of the policies and procedures of the school itself. And we really look at engaging the collective expertise. So we're looking at bringing all the right voices to the table when we're making decisions. Sometimes those are maybe your partners in the community. Perhaps you're looking at mental health supports for a child. It could be the children themselves. Sometimes you want the students right there as well when appropriate. Certainly parents and families, as well as even like within the school or the SU, who are the right voices to be at the table? And then we also really look at that systemic approach. So how do you take practices and procedures that may be working well in one place and really scale that up? So how does the entire system, how are they enriched by what's working well? And that's also a lot about equity. And so when we speak to equity, it's not about equal, and it's not about just students who maybe historically have been underserved, but it's really about bringing what students need to the table. And the design is to support the system itself. And so sometimes I think I heard someone say, like, what's broken? It's not the kid that's broken, but it may be the system that needs further improvement and growth. And I mention all that because when we look at the Vermont MTSS framework in this way, I think you'll see that the proposed language really is already present in the work that we do and in what we're talking about. And that's why we didn't include MTSS language. We didn't really feel it was necessary to include MTS language in the draft of the rules. Because when schools have a well-established educational support team, which is actually a piece of our state legislation around MTSS, that all schools will have an educational support team. And when we use the Vermont MTSS framework and its tools that are designed to support the goals of continuous improvement, then we believe that any student in need of support is identified and their families are included in determining or being informed of those provided supports. We believe that an EST plan may be suggested, but never required before undertaking an evaluation, and that parents and staff are informed that they have the right to an immediate evaluation when in the student's best interest. We also use benchmark performances to establish and to monitor student progress on a regular basis, and families are informed of that as well. And that when a student has not made adequate progress, then they would be considered eligible for special education. And I'm not saying it as an if-then, because what we've heard sometimes from advocates is that parents are being told, we're not going to evaluate your child for special education eligibility because of MTSS, and that should not be the case. Vermont MTSS cannot be used as a reason for delaying special education evaluations. And it would be acceptable practice to let parents know that an EST plan is an option. Sometimes it precedes the work of an evaluation plan, but it should never be used as a reason to delay special education. So I don't feel like we need a rule for this. But what the agency could do is make sure that we remind LEAs that this is the situation, that your MTSS should not be used as a reason for delaying special education. And I would really encourage both our advocates and just stakeholders, like if you're on a school board or something, when you hear that, if you hear that, please be in touch, because that's an opportunity for my team to provide some support to that school or school district to help that correct that misconception and provide them some additional technical support.
Thank you.
We'll pause for questions.
Yeah, thank you. That was great. I see Jen Samuelson has her hand up.
Yeah, and I hope this is not too fundamental of a question. How does the MTSS framework fit into the Rule Series 1300 and 2360 and what we were being asked to consider amendments to? Like, I'm just trying to get it caught up to speed here.
I would say it's not necessary to be a part of the rule. What I tried to show in this last slide, and I don't know if I'm still presenting or not, or if you're all looking at yourselves. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Is that, so in the proposed language, I think there were 6 points. And what I was trying to demonstrate here is that those 6 points are already a part of the framework, and that I'm not sure why you would state it in special education law. To me, it feels like you're to do so would narrow the focus of it for students with special needs, when really the framework is in support of everyone, all students. And also the framework it's not designed to delay special education evaluation. And so again, perhaps it's that continued education and professional learning about the framework that needs to continue so that people would understand that.
Well, and I guess my source of confusion is, I mean, and it's really me because I'm new to all of this, but this feels more expansive and comprehensive than, what we've been talking about in terms of, adverse effect. And so are these two topics related, or, I mean, is this sort of a parallel universe that exists next to the rules? I don't understand the relationship between these, the rules and the MTSS.
I think I might jump in here.
Thank you,
Tracy.
Emily.
Jen, it's Emily. Just to step back one piece, there are lots of things that our statutes require schools to do. Have coordinated curriculum is a good example. Another one is to have an MTSS, have a multi-tiered system of support. So Tracy's team helps districts fulfill the obligations in law to have those supports. And then we have special education as another system that schools are required to have. So they don't directly interact except for two things. Schools have to do both of these, and many of the people in schools support both simultaneously. And as you've heard from advocates, they're representing to you that they see perhaps it's problems of practice where the two perhaps are brought together. And that's what Tracy's been speaking to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we believe that the framework is both general ed and special education support, and that they're not separate. I think over the years, perhaps that misconception has evolved. I don't know. But I think there's been some misunderstandings around multi-tiered systems of support, perhaps sometimes as it's spoken in a more national context, which it has evolved from response to intervention. And I think sometimes we hold on to that more traditional response intervention. And over the years, both the national and particularly Vermont's understanding has really expanded to embrace the entire system and not just the aspect of instruction and intervention, which seems to be what these proposed rules are trying to speak to, but speaking to that one component as if it were the entire framework. And that's my concern.
Ms. Watterson, when you spoke on the first couple pages of your presentation, you used terms like is, are, and you stated things as facts. But when you got to the list on the second page, third page perhaps, any student in need, you repeatedly said, we believe, as if to say that this is what the system is designed to do when it's working properly. And you would get these results if the system, as you say, when schools have a well-established educational support team, and when they use the MTSS framework. So those are conditions that you've described, which I'm sure apply in many cases. But the very language you use suggests that they perhaps don't apply in all cases. This might be another one of those instances of practice as opposed to policy, that and the variability in practice, and that there may be situations, schools or districts, where these conditions of having a well-established educational support system don't exist. And so it could be that the advocacy to memorialize these provisions in language of regulation is to kind of enforce their existence where in practice they are not consistently observed. And if that's the case, so that's just a speculation on my part, but your language was noticeably different when you got to this part. And I guess the question gets to be, first of all, and this reveals my deep ignorance, where do the rules exist that shape the MTSS requirement, or is it all in statute?
So we have in state, there is some language in state statute, and then we have our field guide, which are our guidelines to the field.
But there are no state board, Emily, this is a question to you, I guess. There are no state board rules that shape all of this in between statute and practice.
Right, I would have to double check the education quality standards to see what reference is made there. But there's not a segment of rules implementing the statute directly or elaborating on the statute that requires MTSS. I think that I should look in 2000 education quality standards for you for any reference to MTSS. That would be it.
There is reference to education quality standards for MTSS, yes.
There is in 2000, yeah. So, I mean, it seems like there are these two universes that exist in parallel to one another, two sets of resources in virtually all schools that exist in parallel to one another, MTSS and special ed, and that there's some porosity, if you will, or some blurring of the boundary between them where there can be movement of youngsters from one to the other. If
I would disagree, Mr. Chair.
Correct, please.
So within since the Vermont MTSS framework is designed to support any and all students in their individual needs, that includes students that are overarching. So I'm trying to think if I can give an example that would. So I'm thinking of my my nephew, for example, who is on an IEP or has an IEP that addresses his speech language development. Okay. So that's something that is on his IEP. But within the framework, he can also get additional support when, for example, they were studying fractions and math, and he was having challenges just in that one content area for a period of time. And so even though he is a student with an IEP, he got additional supports as he's needed. And that's where that layered and flexible idea of MTSS comes in.
Thank you for that. That's a very helpful example. So it's the MTSS sort of is the umbrella of which maybe a substate is all right. That's helpful. So that would suggest to me that if MTSS is something that applies to all students, and if there's a need for clarification in rule, and that's just a question. I'm not concluding that. But if the advocates are saying the rules aren't explicit and clear enough about these things, then it would seem that the place for those rules is not in the sub-state called special education, but in the larger state called MTSS. I mean, am I grossly oversimplifying this?
Let me paraphrase and see if I understand what I think you said, that rather than there be rules in special education, if there's more clarity around MTSS, it should take place within like an additional resource tool or additional training about MTSS.
right? Or perhaps in rule, but in 2000, not in
special education.
It should be where MTSS rules reside, as opposed to where special education rules reside.
Perhaps.
I don't know that it matters a whole lot, but it seems to be, one of the questions seemed to be, well, if you're going to have these rules, they shouldn't be part of special ed rules. They should be part of some other place, and Emily suggested where that other place might be. I see an insistent hand from Bill Mathis. Bill?
Oh, I don't even know where to come into this at this point in time.
You're welcome.
This is painful for Bill to have a total amateur speaking about these things while he's lived this stuff most of his life. Go ahead, Bill.
That's quite true. You took off on this, we believe, some 5 minutes ago, John. And from a psychometric point of view, it is kind of a belief system, because when you're measuring math, which is a latent trace thing, is that it's a theoretical construct in which you have these indicators that are put in at different places. And when you get into pre-test and post-test and gain scores, you're getting into what level here versus what's the level there. And that these can be very much different from one to the other. And so what you get is approximation of what's going on there. As well as anything else. It isn't that absolute. And when you look at one test, which is then compared to another, well, guess what? They're along different metrics. So then you have to start making assumptions as to how these things are best blended. And there's a number of statistical techniques that you can do to do that, but they're far from perfect. And so I think what I'm thinking of is that there's some things which are put on as absolute and certain, but they're really not. There's a degree of uncertainty to them. It gets abstract.
Indeed.
Yeah, I tried to pose it as a theory of action or a theory of improvement when I made it as an if-then statement, and tried to incorporate that language that was being proposed to show that it's already a part of the framework for all students. And so if that's not happening, that's where I'd like, to get involved and help support someone who needs some. So we think of the Vermont framework as a lens through which that you make decisions. So it's not in and of itself, it's not something you can say, oh, I implemented effective collaboration because I did these 3 things and I'm done. It's that ongoing, continuous process that wraps that graphic.
Thank you. I see Emily Simmons would like to speak, and then Kim.
Thank you. I was just going to reference more specifically the statute, since we've alluded to it several times. It's in Title 16, it's Section 2902. That's worth reading as board members because it lays out in great detail the elements of a tiered system of support that are mandatory. And so we're talking about, it's 2902, Bill.
Thank you.
Chapter 99. So it has minimum requirements of a tiered system of support that are mandatory for all SUs. The section itself is very specific in saying that no private entitlement or right of action is created by the inclusion of this requirement to have a tiered system of support, which is night and day different from a legal standpoint to special education. Special education at its essence is a legal entitlement that a family can enforce against a district. Our General Assembly, in codifying a tiered system of support, went really specifically to say this is not an entitlement. And then finally, one of the revisions to this section that's in Act 173 is to specifically state in law that a tiered system of support shall not be used to delay a special education evaluation. So we have that as a matter of law as well.
Very good. Thank you, Emily. That's very helpful. I'm now mindful of the time. We're at 2:50, so we're a little bit beyond our target end date. But I want to welcome a few more comments. Kim, I think you wish to make a comment or question.
Yes, thank you. I think it was to that point, I was recalling that the pushback or the push for inclusion was with respect to the idea to explicitly state that it should not be used in place of or as another hurdle before special ed services, is what I recall the commentary to have been. And I guess I was fully feeling like it didn't need to be in these rules at all. It is in law, but in that it's in the law, I'm wondering now if it maybe should be explicitly stated simply in that way, like to capture the law in the rules. Because I don't, I think otherwise it's about practice.
Right. Jen Samuelson, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm just going to circle back to the adverse effect presentation. One thing I wanted to bring up is also in the presentation, there was the note that the AOE does not have data on the direct impact of the adverse effect gate, which I think, maybe not today, but maybe in December, that's an important thing for us as a board to consider. And I don't know if there are alternate sources that we could rely on to gather this data, but the perception from some of the parents and the disability law group is that there is a negative effect from this adverse effect gate, but the AOE, I don't know if the data doesn't exist, period, or if it's just that the AOE doesn't have it, but I would be curious to know, as a practical matter, is this adverse effect gate impeding the ability of students to get the support that they need or not?
Right.
Thank
you. I think we're up as a screen share. I don't know that you might.
Oh, I can stop sharing. Sorry.
Some of us like to be seen many times, but it's not necessary. Bill, did you want to double back?
Yeah, just on this question of adverse effect, what the Education Commission of the state's people were telling me is that the bloom has gone a little bit off the road on adverse effect, and that the trend is not going in that direction. Now, I can't verify that. That's just what they told me, and we can go from there, and I can dig out some more of that stuff if you like. 2902 does have a lot of specific language in it that I think maybe we should look at it to see if we need to go further. I think that's well-deserved comment.
All right, good. I'm mindful of the time and that all of you have other duties. I want to say to you folks from the agency, we're very grateful to you. This has been a very rich discussion, and you've allowed us to ask a lot of ignorant questions and play with ideas together. I have no idea where this leads. I don't know how the board will want to work its way through this, but that's for us to figure out in the next 2 months latest. So I think we can let you agency folks go, and thank you. Board members, I'd like you to stay for 5 minutes just to have a little wrap up together about, so what do we make of all this and what do you want to do about it? So Tracy and Claire and Jackie and Christopher, we thank you all very much, and we can leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you, Emily, for facilitating all of this. Board members, I'm just struck by how sort of complicated this is. Maybe it's not complicated, but it's not a slam dunk, it seems to me. I guess it's not real clear that we should just leave it the way it is, everything is fine, or that we should just wholesale make changes. And I certainly feel very unqualified to make judgments like that. My question to you is this: would you be responsive, some of you, to serving as a working group committee for the board to grapple with these, I think, these three issues? I think the board is being asked, what are you going to do about all these public comments? And I think we need to have a thoughtful and systematic response. And I'm feeling like this is the kind of thing where if 2 or 3 of you, or even 4, would work together in whatever informal way you found to work, and come back to the board with a recommendation about do this but don't do that, and do that but don't do this, that would move us really far down the road, that we could get to, you folks could get to a shared consensus probably much more readily than the 9 of us could, the 10 or 11 of us. Is that an approach that, number one, makes sense in theory, and number 2, that some of you would be willing to sign up for? I see heads nodding, so that's the answer yes to both questions. Sabina or Angelita, I would love to see either or both of you involved in some of this committee work. Angelita, are you still with us, by the way? I don't see your image.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are. Good. Thank you. So would either of you have some interest in participating along with a couple of the other board members in grappling with this stuff? It would mean some offline phone calls and maybe some phone meetings. I don't know just what it would mean. With the idea that you might come back at the December meeting with however far you've gotten. Certainly by January, we really have to give the agency some firm answers. But in December, if we could just start to see some moving of the magnetic particles towards some sort of consensus, that would be very helpful. So I saw Kim and I saw Jenna both indicating their willingness to participate. I hate to put Angelita and Sabina on the spot. Let's leave it this way, unless you wish to speak up.
I think a lot of it for me is I just feel like you said, very unqualified, and my student perspective, I think I feel most comfortable sharing it on things that relate to me or have had an experience in. And, I don't know. I just feel like.
I totally get that. That's exactly how I feel. Angelita, how about you?
Yeah, I can relate to Sabina, but personally, I think it's a great opportunity to just kind of get in there and, formulate my own opinions and kind of learn from it and also be helpful. So I'm willing to help wherever I'm needed, but I don't feel qualified. So, sure. If there are other people that are more qualified willing to do it, then may as well have those people. But, if help is needed, then I'm willing to do it and learn.
Good for you. And I think that working with a couple of your board colleagues in a small group will be good for them and interesting for you. So if you're all comfortable with this, I would ask Kim and Jenna and Angelita, who's looking at me sideways, I don't know why that is, if the 3 of you, do you feel comfortable with just sort of grabbing this, Kim and Jenna and Angelita, and shaking this tree and seeing what comes together?
I think so. I don't know if the group gets too large or if Bill has an interest or time. I feel he's quite well experienced in it.
Yeah, Bill.
More so than my lay self.
Would you be up for jumping onto this? Bill?
Would I be interested in jumping into this?
Yes.
In some capacity, I suppose. I don't know that I'd want to lead it. And I guess my strength is in the technical aspects of some of this stuff that probably others don't have.
Yeah, well, I think you could be a valuable resource to your colleagues. Jen Samuelson, you have your hand up.
I did not. Sorry.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's leave it then that Kim, will you take the lead on this?
I can do that. I'm trying to coordinate us and see where we want to.
Yeah. And Jenna, you
formulate a plan.
Be right there with her. Okay. And Bill and Angelita. So that's wonderful. This is. We could and probably should actually take a quick vote. Do we have enough? Yeah. Can we have a vote? Can we have a motion to create a committee of the board consisting of Kim, Jenna, Bill, and Angelita to study the three issues that we have discussed today and come back to the board with recommendations as to what might be the board's direction on these three thematic issues. Would somebody make that motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move.
Ms. Jennifer Samuelson has moved that motion. Is there a second? And Kim has. So would you like to discuss it further, or can we?
I do have a question just in terms of how we meet and the guidelines and requirements for it. Is it possible for us to be in a working group versus a committee? Does it make any difference? I'm mindful that there probably are warning requirements for committees of the board, and I am also thinking we have only what time we have between now and December, and we'll try to find an hour together somewhere. And I am pretty clear I would have to be paying close attention to warning requirements or whatever if we're a committee, and is it different if we're a working group?
Agency staff customarily supports committees of the board. And so if you were to work with Suzanne or Maureen, they could get the notice out for you and post it. And so you could just have Zoom conferences that were noticed just like this. And they can handle that, and they know their way around what those requirements are for notice. The idea of having just a working group is probably imprudent. I think Emily would say that, I'm just guessing, that's a committee of the board, whatever, no matter what you call it. So you are obliged to do that, but it's not cumbersome. If you can just just use Doodle and find a time when you can all meet, tell Maureen or Emily, and they'll take care of the notice requirements for you. So with that said, are you ready to vote on the question? The question is, shall there be a committee of the board to address the questions just discussed? The committee to consist of Kim Gleason, Jenna O'Farrell, Bill Mathis, and Angelita Pena. You are ready for the question? Those in favor, please raise your hand.
My hand is raised, Mr. Chair.
Bill is, thank you, Kathy. Bill, is your hand raised? Put your hand up where I can see it, Bill. Okay, thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you all. All right, I think, yes, Mr. Douglas. Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're not going to be able to take minutes for you. So if you could do that piece on your own, it would be appreciated. And just send them to us and we'll post them or what have you.
Of course.
But we can certainly do the warning.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And
yes.
With respect to the minutes, are they simply the requirements would be on like, we're not taking action because we're a subcommittee of the board. So how extensive are the minutes? Just we discussed these issues. I would imagine they're not transcripts.
Yeah,
No,
you just check out the open meeting guidance, to provide a member of the public sort of a sense of what you deliberated on.
Yeah.
Got it.
It should be very simple. And you may even be able to record in your Zoom call if you want, so that becomes an available record if you want. Yeah, we don't want this to be onerous for you. And I'm really grateful to the four of you for being willing to do this. I think it'll be terrifically helpful to move the ball down the field. Thank you. All right, you've been terrific. I've kept you 20 minutes later than promised, all of you, and I very much appreciate that. Is there anything else that you wish to bring up before we sign off? Bill, you're muted, which I might say we rather like, but you'd like we. Come on, Bill.
John,
there you go. Okay.
We need a clearer sense of the charge for this committee before we leave here. Because if we're talking about doing something before December, we better know coming out of the gate. We don't want to spend the first meeting trying to find out what we're doing.
Right. I guess I would put it this way. The charge of the committee is to make recommendation to the board as to the position the board should take with regard to each of these three thematic areas that we have discussed today and that are summarized in Emily Simmons's memorandum that you received. Plus, and you'll use whatever information you have, but of course, especially you would start with material furnished by the Agency of Education. But the charge is to make recommendations to the entire board with regard to these three thematic areas. That good enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Broad context, not final language. There's no such thing as final language.
Yeah. You want to tell us which way to go. Well, don't worry about the details of it.
Well, we can do that.
Yeah. Good. All right. I think we've covered a lot of ground today. Thank you all for your patience and sticking with us. Dan, especially, you're a busy man. Thanks for all of your time and attention today. And if you have a moment, your staff was terrific. They really, they responded well to our request for a dialogue, and I really appreciate that. I think we are adjourned. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Maureen,
everybody.
for your support today.
Happy Thanksgiving.